guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. President Donald Trump's border czar says the administration followed the law when it deported a Maryland man to El Salvador. In an interview with ABC's This Week, Tom Homan defended the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, repeating allegations that he's a gang member.
And we have followed the Constitution. We have followed the law. I am confident that everything we've done is follow the law and is within the constitutional constructs. Absolutely.
Holman said the administration was allowed to deport Abrego Garcia under the Alien Enemies Act, even though the administration admitted in court he was deported due to an administrative error. Holman went on to criticize U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen for going to El Salvador to meet with Garcia, calling the deported man a terrorist. In an interview with ABC's This Week, he said the administration acted within its authority.
We'll do whatever the law says we have to do. And what I think, I stand by the fact I think we did the right thing here. What bothers me more than that is a U.S. Senator traveled El Salvador on taxpayer dime to meet with an MS-13 gang member, public safety threat terrorist.
Van Hollen, meanwhile, defended his actions. Appearing on the CNN program State of the Union, the Maryland Democrat said if the Trump administration can violate the rights of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the rights of all Americans are threatened. He made the rounds on several Sunday talk shows, claiming the accusations that Garcia is a member of the MS-13 gang are false, and insisted the Trump administration must defend its actions in court. Congressman Glenn Ivey is the latest member of the Maryland delegation to declare that he will be going to visit Kilmar Abrego Garcia in El Salvador sometime next week. The Supreme Court has ordered the Trump administration to facilitate Garcia's return to the U.S. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
More food concerns in the news. The USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service has issued a public health alert for pork carnitas products sold at Aldi.
The product may be contaminated with pieces of metal. The alert applies to 16-ounce packages labeled pork carnitas seasoned and seared pork with juices, slow cooked with citrus. The affected products have a use date of June 30th or July 1st printed on the side. The Food and Safety Inspection Service urges consumers to not eat the product and discard it. I'm Lisa Carton.
Chicken may not grow on trees, but it certainly grows in laboratories. Researchers at the University of Tokyo grew nugget-sized chunks of poultry by feeding nutrients and oxygen to chicken muscle cells through straw-like microfibers. They say this overcomes a big obstacle on the road to quality lab-grown meat. For the most part, scientists have struggled to grow more than pellet-sized bits of meat, which makes this a significant step towards growing chicken cutlets and other whole pieces of fish and beef. The Tokyo team's lab-grown chicken nuggets could be commercially available in 5 to 10 years, though likely at a premium price compared to regular poultry. Meanwhile, a warning from Gerber. The company issued a reminder all of its strawberry, apple, and banana Gerber Soothe and Chew teething treats have been recalled, and even if you can find them in stores or online, please do not buy them. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, I do believe that is my cue. As we cross over the midnight hour, the Eastern time zone. And just like that, we close out another weekend. as we will do from time zone to time zone as we make our way into a Monday. How was your Easter weekend? Yeah, no real complaints from our region. We got kind of lucky. We dodged most of the showers and thunderstorms. Yeah, that final line of precip will be rolling through our area through the early Monday morning hours. We are not anticipating any severe weather here in our region, Southwest Ohio, as we kick off the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. And what are we looking at? 71 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour after midnight, almost a summer-like kind of night. Yeah, that will be changing again as we await our approaching cold front and some of the showers and maybe a few rumbles of thunder that will accompany that. But tonight we've got a pretty broad area of rain, some of which is heavy, stretching from the U.S.-Canadian border all the way down into the tail end is there in southeastern Texas. Not really seeing any warned storms at this hour. We do still have tornado watches in place for much of eastern portions of Arkansas, western Tennessee, the westernmost reaches of Kentucky, then that southeast Illinois, southwest Indiana, the Evansville area. That is a tornado watch. We have not seen any warned tornadic cells in about the last hour and a half, 2 hours. But my, through the past day, Easter Sunday, it was, as forecasters had predicted, a very, very active day. Numerous tornado warned and numerous confirmed tornado reports coming in. We'll start with the breakdown of what we had seen over the weekend. What was a slow-moving, very active storm system that brought heavy rain, large hail, and tornadoes to parts of Texas and Oklahoma. 2 fatalities as those severe warnings continued through Easter Sunday, threatening parts of the South Central and portions of the Midwest. For Easter Sunday, it was communities in Texas, Oklahoma, who were out beginning to assess damage wreaked by tornadoes. 17 reported events on Saturday. According to forecasters with the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center, 5 were confirmed in south central Oklahoma, including that one it inflicted at least EF1 damage on a small town that was still recovering from a tornado in March. But the heavy rain that brought a swath of north central Texas across central and eastern Oklahoma saw 2 to 4 inches of rain accumulate between Saturday into Sunday. One hard-hit area was Moore, Oklahoma. Police in Moore, about 10 miles south of Oklahoma City, received dozens of reports of high water incidents, including 2 cars stranded in floodwaters Saturday evening. One was swept away under a bridge. Police say they were able to rescue some people, but a woman and a 12-year-old boy were confirmed as fatalities. The mayor said this was a historic weather event that impacted roads, dozens of high water incidents across the city. Police say the city of about 63,000. This system wasn't moving much over Texas and Oklahoma Saturday, so we were just kind of stuck under that fire hose. Very active thunderstorm pattern that brought bouts of large hail, flash flooding, and tornadoes. The emergency management director in Oklahoma's Marshall County said their early assessment saw a tornado skipped and jumped around over a path of 6 to 7 miles in the rural area that left at least 20 homes damaged there. People were mostly home when the late-night tornado came through, downing huge trees and dozens of power poles and power lines. No reports of injuries or fatalities there, though. One Oklahoma town that was still rebuilding from an early March tornado was hit again late on Saturday. The north side of Ada, Oklahoma, a town of home to about 16,000 people. At least an EF1 tornado based on preliminary survey this past day. Other social media posts showing roofs ripped off of businesses, storefront windows blown in, billboards knocked sideways. At least 2 tornadoes crossed West Parker County in Texas. According to the county emergency services there, significant damage and power outage. The whole system was then moving northeast into Arkansas, Missouri, and southern portions of Iowa this past day. The forward progression is beginning to pick up. While it's moving faster, this system still carries the threat of large hail, high winds, and possibly a few spin-up tornadoes. The threat continues to diminish, though, through the overnight hours. So here's what we see Sunday night into Monday morning. The severe weather actually was reaching its peak this past evening. Severe weather experts reports of wind damage and large hail to numerous in that zone have issued a risk as a result, high risk, which included much of central Missouri. There were a few tornadoes, widespread damage, as well as straight-line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. As I mentioned, thunderstorms are going to lose much of their vigor as they progress eastward now from the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, eventually to near the central Gulf Coast during the early morning hours here on Monday. Later in the day, some of these may occasionally pulse to feisty levels, producing again hail and strong winds and sudden downpours. Looks like additional rounds of showers and thunderstorms will be frequenting the middle portions of the country again during the middle and latter portions of the week ahead. Another soggy pattern in the central states. Areas that have been inundated in recent weeks may experience a renewed flood risk, while areas of the plain states that are actually dealing with drought conditions will benefit from the wetter pattern. These rounds of rain will be very welcome for drought relief across the high plains, according to AccuWeather. This week's pattern will remain conducive for some severe thunderstorm activity, particularly across the central and southern plains. We'll break down a bit more coming up what we anticipate for the week ahead with the passing of this front, which, as I mentioned, most of the shower activity is now well east of Oklahoma. Still some action there in southeastern Texas. But overnight, it's going to be the rains moving into western Tennessee, northwestern and central portions of Mississippi, and a lot of rain tonight, the eastern half of Illinois. This is all going to have to pass through Indiana, into parts of the Ohio Valley and the Tennessee Valley. But again, storms kind of weakening as the night progresses. You get then a bit of a break on Monday, and it won't take long for the atmosphere to recharge, and we'll be talking new rounds of showers, thunderstorms, potential high winds in some of the same areas that were impacted over the Easter weekend through much of the week ahead, and probably right on into next weekend. They're already given advance notice there. Round the country, our number is 844-844-3388. I know Captain Ron is enjoying his 3-day Easter weekend, so we'll just share for him. It's the greatest day of the week. Welcome into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Underway as we close out the weekend. Everybody had enough Reese peanut butter eggs. What's your favorite Easter candy? About the same as your favorite Halloween candy. Reese's normally tops the list. I know with Gilligan that's the case. Hello to Philly Dan. Getting things started here. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan. Be safe out there, overnight drive family, and happy Easter. Gary's in the house. There's Mary Ann. Good morning. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Well, I was doing that nasty 4-letter word, but had a few other things to do with the house as well. Things changed for me Friday as I have a new schedule till the next time we bid coming up in October. Today's adventure was a 3-stop Little Rock with a Russellville backhaul. Now, when I was at the first store there, manager there showed me a picture of a tornado about an hour or so from the store in Maumelle, which is about 30 miles or so from this particular store. Anyway, there's been a lot, just not in the NASCAR world, but also in the NIL world as well. We'll have a lot to unpack, and I'll check in later in the program. All right, we'll kick it off on a Monday. All right, Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday, 79, windy. And we've got a good light show going on here in Bartlett, Tennessee. Had a great Easter service at our Cowboy Church this morning. Thanks for all that came out to join us. Steve, I sent you an email about an accident that happened on Saturday in New Mexico. When you get a chance, maybe check that out. We're headed into Memphis to get us set and stroll on out west to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Hello to the DTS guy, wanting to wish all my late night friends a great week. Hello, Roy. Checking in from Northwest Illinois. Good evening. Mostly cloudy and 60 degrees at this hour. And then we have hello from Woodstock, Georgia. Hello, James. 70 degrees, cloudy, some rain on the way. Several days look to be soggy this week. I'm beginning to think on these judges blocking Trump on his every move are officially running the country right about now. Oh, and by the way, hope everybody had a happy Easter Sunday. Very good. Mr. Jack, good morning, Overnight Drive family from Lexington, Kentucky, the horse capital of the world, 72, partly cloudy this morning. Looking forward to another great show. There you go, here on a Monday. Morning, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Doing well. How was your Easter weekend?
Oh, it was good. Spent the morning with the grandbaby, and then I had to head off this afternoon, hauling the groceries. People still shop at Kroger's on the holidays.
Absolutely.
But I bought me a new toy.
Oh, yeah?
Well, actually, I bought Mama a new toy, but it's for both of us. I bought a Mustang. It's actually the first muscle car I ever bought in my life.
Really? Like a new one or an older model, or?
It's an 08.
08?
It's the last body style of the old, it's the last year of the old body style shape.
Okay.
Newer type. But it's got the 5.0. It will run. You know, run fast enough will get me in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But no, I seen it at the local dealership, and we eyed it, and I called about it, and I'm like, I can afford that. Next weekend we went up there, and it's officially ours now.
How about that? Well, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Is that your midlife crisis car?
That's what my brother told me since I turned 50 this year. Says, you going through a midlife crisis or something? I said, no, just I seen it, it was affordable, and I wanted it.
Yeah.
So, but he was picking on me about it. But how was the truck show? I haven't talked to you in a while.
It's been a while. Yeah, everything went well. Had a good show, a good turn, beautiful weather. I mean, could not have asked for better weather there.
The Interactive Truck Show, it kind of went south with all the rain and flood we had.
Absolutely, yep. I mean, if it was the following weekend, it would have been horrible, because that's the weekend Louisville had flooding and just rain. What a mess.
Oh, my God. Did you see that video from around Frankfurt where that basically the ground turned to water and it almost took a house?
I don't think I've caught that yet, no.
I see it again, I'll send it to you, but a guy was sitting, I guess his neighbor there, and just, you start seeing the bank fall in and just kept on going. Eventually it took a bunch of his concrete patio and his deck, and pretty sure the house is going, foundation's is gone too.
Wow.
But I mean, I think got to the point where they like it's time for us to move, because it just liquefied the dirt, and away it went.
Wow. The perils of living along a waterway.
Right. Which that would have been the Kentucky River going through Frankfurt. But then I kept looking at the flooding. I guess it's the flooding along the Mississippi now, ain't it?
Yeah, it's all making its way down to the lower Mississippi. Yep.
I got you. But other than that, I just been trucking up down to 71 here, going back and forth from D.C. to D.C., hauling the groceries for everybody. But, Steve, you all have a good show, and good night.
Hey, well, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Hillbilly, safe travels out there, and there you go. Don't be a stranger. It is 844-3388. How do we kick off a new week? Let's start off with some of our industry headlines. Of course, we did have some wintry weather impacting areas out west this past week. Winter's officially not over in some parts of the country. Troopers with the Colorado State Patrol, they tell us, issuing multiple citations Friday for drivers not following the chain laws. According to the State Patrol, 6 commercial truck drivers were cited for non-compliance. 3 of those drivers actually ended up blocking portions of I-70 after losing control in the snowy conditions. Trooper Sherry Mendez says it's frustrating because it's endangering the public. We expect a clear roadway. People are trying to get to their destinations, and then this delays them on top of causing safety issues and other concerns. One driver, she said, attempted to put chains on after blocking traffic. Yeah, too little, too late. After the truck was already blocking the roadway when troopers approached, they were trying to put on chains. That driver ended up with a gift of a $1,150 citation The true cost of closures, however, goes far beyond that. According to the Department of Transportation, every hour that Interstate 70 is closed ultimately costs the state economy roughly $2 million. State Patrol is also reminding passenger vehicle drivers, follow the traction law. If your vehicle doesn't have four-wheel or all-wheel drive, you need either snow tires or chains to legally, safely drive through the mountains. Keep in mind, these chain laws, these traction laws, continue till the end of May. So there's still a good, 5-6 weeks before the chain laws will be coming to an end out west. It is 844-844-3388. All right, what do we have? There's Jeffrey checking in from Florida. Good to have you on board to get the new week started. Hello, Tony. Morning, Steve, and the entire Hot Shot Secret Nation. A shout out from Southern Illinois along the shores of the Ohio River. 67 degrees. Got a line of storms that'll be arriving from the west here shortly. We're going to grab someone special and head to the storm shelter. All right, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, kicking off a brand new week. Jump on in. What's on your mind as we close out the Easter weekend? We'll return in 2.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's border czar says the administration followed the law when it deported a Maryland man to El Salvador. During an interview with ABC's This Week, Tom Homan defended the deportation of Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, repeating allegations that he is a gang member.
And we have followed the Constitution. We have followed law.
Homan says the administration was permitted to deport Abrigo Garcia under the Aliens Enemy Act. A federal judge in Virginia says Google illegally dominated 2 different markets for online advertising technology. The ruling could force big changes for the tech giant.
The Justice Department may now push to break up Google's ad business entirely. This is the second time in under a year that a federal court has called Google an illegal monopolist.
The trial is scheduled next week, and the Department of Justice request for Google to sell its Chrome browser. Reuters reported in September that the company had mulled selling off its ad exchange to appease antitrust regulators in Europe. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we get a brand new week started here, I mentioned we're kind of going to begin winding down what was a very stormy kind of weekend over the central and southern plains. Yeah, round after round of thunderstorms, many of which were severe for Easter Sunday. That front's going to pass out of the region during the overnight hours. Now, could still see some damaging wind gusts and hail. That'll be the main threats overnight. As they say, you can never rule out an isolated tornado, but behind the front, largely dry weather returns for Monday. So it should be a rather pleasant start for most for the work week. Gusty winds from the south, along with the drying conditions, could lead to the higher risk of wildfires, mainly from western Kansas and Nebraska to the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region. But that dry weather will be short-lived. As we mentioned, an active pattern is going to begin to set up again across the central portions of the country for much of the week ahead, starting Tuesday. Not wasting any time, numerous rounds of storms are going to track out of the Rockies and across the nation this week, resulting in showers and thunderstorms spreading across a large part of the country, from Kansas and Missouri to Texas and Louisiana once again. Not anticipating a significant severe weather outbreak, but any thunderstorm activity could be strong enough to bring high winds and some flooding downpours, particularly again across portions of Texas and Oklahoma. Now, as the first in the rounds of storms comes out of the Rockies Tuesday, some of these storms will be capable of producing hail and damaging wind from far southwestern Kansas through western Texas. So Amarillo to Midland and Lubbock, Texas. Showers and thunderstorms continue to spread east toward the middle and right on toward the end of the week due to the copious amount of Gulf moisture that's going to be flowing northward into the Lone Star State. Repeated rounds could impact cities like the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex later this week. Again, a general 1 to 2 inches of rain across the region with higher totals where numerous thunderstorms occur. Of course, any downpours are going to be heavy enough to slow your travel down. Portions of Interstates 10, 20, I-40, reduced visibility and ponding of water on the roadways. Further north and east across Oklahoma, Missouri, Oklahoma, Louisiana, the rivers and streams that are already running high due to heavy rain and thunderstorms over the past several weeks. Additional rain through this week may hinder any continued cleanup efforts there. More rain falling across this region could also lead to some additional flooding concerns. Meanwhile, areas further west, it will actually be beneficial rain. Kansas, portions of western Oklahoma, western and central Texas. Most of those areas are at least in moderate drought. In some cases, exceptional drought. That's the highest of the categories across southwestern Texas. Wichita, for example, has only picked up less than 3.5 inches of rain since the first of the year. That's about half of what you would normally see. Rapid City, 1 3/4 inches of rain has fallen in that same time. You would average more like 3 inches. In addition to the drought, this area has experienced numerous wildfires so far this year with the gusty winds and the continued dry weather. So this, again, will be beneficial rains. Things should get a good soaking to help with the concerns of wildfires. But they do say that wet, active pattern across parts of Texas may extend right on into next weekend. Soggy, soggy. Hello to Dirty Harry. Gooder morning, y'all. He says, happy Dingus Day to all my fellow Polacks out there. Hello, Michael. What's up, people? Neil is on board there. We got, let's see, Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 69 degrees. Had a great Easter Sunday with the kids and the grandkids at the daughter-in-law's parents. Got a lot of errands today so I can get ready for my golf trip. I'll be leaving out on Tuesday. Currently on the computer filing my quarterly IFTA reports, so I will be listening in for a bit. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right. Yeah, there's, who else we got on board? The Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Morning. How we been?
How the hell are you, Steve?
I'm doing well. Greatest day of the week. How was your 2-week stint there at the Marina Del Rey?
Man, everything was good. Everything was jam up. Fish were jumping in the boat, committing suicide.
Oh yeah.
It was quite a trip, man. I got to hide Easter eggs with the grandchildren Saturday morning, so you know everything's good, man.
Yeah.
I reckon. But Steve, I had a meeting with my congressman and his number 1 aide out of D.C.
Yeah.
And I want everybody to get on the stick and start calling your congressman and telling them about what we're facing out here. I mean, I went over there to talk about something else, and I got grilled with about 75 questions. And they told me right at the first that we're going to take care of your problem. Don't worry about it. That'll go away. But now we want to know something. They was wanting to know about the hours of service, the ELD. Was it creating a problem? And
yeah,
it was only supposed to be like a 45-minute meeting, and it turned out to 2 hours. And they was wanting to know about the driver shortage, and I told them it was a myth. There was no driver shortage.
Mm-hmm.
That the ATA was just blowing the whistle, you know, and everything. And they said, well, Jimmy, what about the foreign drivers? Is it as bad as what we're hearing it is? I said, it's worse than you could ever imagine. I said, there ain't a day that goes by that we ain't getting run off the road, or they'll just stop in the middle of the road, got their feet up on the dash, driving down the highway. If something happened fast, they run over them. And I said, it's a mess. I mean, it was a real great meeting, a lot come out of it. But we got the attention. We got the attention of Washington. They're listening.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, did anybody call during the week and tell you about the interview that Will Cain had with the ATA?
I don't recall that coming up, no.
Let's see. I think it was last Friday or last Thursday, not a week ago, that Will Cain had an ATA member on there, and he was talking about the foreign drivers, and then he went to spilling his political bullcrap. Oh, there's a truck driver shortage in America, and we got the ELDs out there and the face forward cameras facing toward the driver and everything. It's man, we're operating so much safer and everything.
Wow.
And Will Cain says, well, it don't seem like that to me. And I've tried 3 or 4 times to get in touch with the Will Cain show. That's a show that comes on Fox at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's out of Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
And I told him, I said, you've been misled by the Anti-Trucking Association. You need to talk to some people that's out here and not people behind desks in Washington that don't know what the hell's going on out here. And the ATA ain't the group you need to be talking to.
Mm-hmm.
And so I haven't received nothing back from them yet, but I ain't gonna give up. And 5.5 more weeks, I hang the keys up on the wall, baby.
The countdown clock is ticking, isn't it?
Yeah, and Steve, I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I mean, it's just like today. Today, I mean, I counted 22 times that I was cut off, and had to just take evasive actions for the I don't know whether these drivers are not experienced or what's going on, but I mean it's not as much the cars as it is these damn truck drivers, Steve, and 99% of it is they foreigners, and I mean it's bad. And that was something else I told them. I said, hey, look, y'all got to stop giving. I said, this is what I don't understand. We can't get it through nobody's skull. But I said, y'all understand because y'all fly all the time. I said, but in the aviation world, every pilot, I don't care where he's from in the world, has got to speak English to fly.
Correct.
And talk English. Now, why are we not pushing this issue with issuing these CDLs? I said, in California they give that CDL test in about 28 different languages, so that's defeating the purpose right there. And I said, Arkansas passed a law that they're gonna charge them $500. I said, big damn deal. He looked at me and laughed. These are $500. Yeah. I said, why don't y'all arrest them? I said, they're violating the law. It's in the Green Book. He said, well, you got a copy of that? I said, matter of fact, I do happen to have a copy of that. And I handed it to them. And they looked at it and they said, well who changed this? I said, well, another one of them groups called the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance changed this under the direction of the FMLCA told them they could back off a little bit. Back in 16 or 17, they told them they could back off enforcing this.
Yep.
And he said, well, what's the law now? I said, well, the deputy director of the FMLCA, Larry Miner, which I don't know why Elon Musk ain't got over there and cut all them useless people out from over there. They've been there too long. They come up with these stupid rules that they paid by for the ATA. And I says, he changed it back now to where they can enforce it. But if you're going to charge them $500, man, $500 ain't nothing to these cats. I said, they'll pay and go on, But I said, man, I'm telling you something. It's an epidemic proportions. And Debbie happened to be sitting there with me. She went over with me to the meeting and told us, look, I rode with him a couple times in the last year or two and said, we won't even let our grandchildren travel with him. And I said, I'm telling y'all, if y'all get around a big truck, and I said, y'all sure better watch what you're doing. Because you don't know who's in that behind that steering wheel anymore. And I said, there's been some major accidents to these people's cars. And I said, until y'all do something in Washington and get their attention, it's only going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And they said, well, believe you me, we're getting on it. We're getting on it. Trump is wanting to know about this. And I said, I'll tell you something. I said, I hope y'all do. So anyway, it was a productive meeting, Steve. I was real enthused with it and the way it went. I mean, I was shocked that they knew as much as what they knew. That the topics like the driver shortage and all that. And the other thing I told them before I left was, I said, what are y'all doing about this truck parking? And they said, truck parking. I said, yeah. I said, that's something y'all, they've been screaming about it. Y'all's allocated the money. And I've only seen one truck parking place being added, and that was out there on I-40 right outside of Amarillo. They built a place out there for the whole 40 trucks. They built a nice one, Steve. I mean, it's on the westbound side out there, and they put trash receptacles and lights out there and concreted it. It's nice. I mean, but 40 trucks and you got it full.
So you just cited not one but two examples of, as we see, the lawmakers that they don't know what's going on if they don't hear from people. So asking you the question, well, is it still the law they're supposed to be able to speak and read English? Okay, they don't even know that it is the law, and then they're not aware that there's a truck parking issue. So you're kind of trying to incentivize, get on the horn, whether it's making a call to speak to their, it's going to be one of their secretaries or something, but if they hear from the drivers, they might actually do something.
Well, Steve, I got 3 or 4 deals that people knew I was going up there, and 3 or 4 of them come off of this show and sent me private messages, and they covered it pretty good, I mean, I was happy with it, but I was shocked at the things they didn't know,
Right.
I mean, like the truck parking issue and the English barrier, but they know now. But one man can't do it by itself, and we got 2.5 million CDL holders out there, and we got a good following right here. I mean, Georgia, all over, and Buckeye boy. You don't live too far out of Marjorie Taylor Greene's district up there. I said, get a hold of her and rattle her cage a little bit. Let her know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's going to take a group effort. I mean, I'm a loud member of OOIDA and everything, but they're not attacking this the right way, Steve. They just not attacking it the right way. I don't know whether they've been up there so much and they've been so, the same thing coming out their mouth all the time or what. But they're trying, but they just ain't making no headway. And it's going to take the single people, the people that are members of OOIDA, to quit sitting back, letting Louie and them do all the work, and get behind them and call your congressman, call your senator, and raise hell. I mean, I've been at the state level raising hell with them, and I finally, got some attention from our senator in our area there, and he's new up there. I mean, he's just getting his feet wet, but he took notes, and he said, I'll get on this, and I'm hoping that we get something done in South Carolina, but. hey, man, I'm trying to get everything I do because when I start pushing that button on that trash receptacle and watching that ram go forward, watch that ram go back, and I tell them nice ladies, y'all have a good day, and, and then all of my buddies come talk about fishing and stuff. That's about all I'm going to be doing, man. So I'm trying to urge everybody, please, let's get on the bandwagon and call these people and get something done.
Somebody's got to fill.
Steve,
somebody's got to fill the monkey gouger's shoes. Who's going to fill them shoes, right?
Well, I mean, that's the reason I promised them that I would, try to do all I could before I got out of it. I mean, because I go to work at 6 o'clock in the morning and work to 6 o'clock at night. And then I work 4 and I'm off 4, then I work 5 and I'm off 5. I mean, hey, it's going to be a gravy train, but all I need is a little bit of money so I can buy some gas and go down there and buy me some bait. Well, I got me a bait farm started. I got me an old freezer and got some dirt in it, cow manure and all that, and I'm growing my own worm now. I'm getting set up, baby. I'm telling you, I got the truck sold. Just finishing out. I told him I was going to work till June the 12th. When I started driving a truck 50 years ago, and nobody couldn't say I quit early, and I'm going to get that 50-year mark in before I leave.
Wow.
So, anyways, Steve, everything out here in Texas looked good. You see the stars at night. Last night it wasn't too good, and the hometown I was raised in up in Ada got slammed last night, tore up a motel and shopping center up there. And Steve, I believe there is something to all these solar farms being built and stuff. I mean, you look at the states that have these massive solar farms and look at the weather pattern. And I really believe that now, that these solar farms are causing havoc in our weather. And, I mean, you look at it. I mean, you look at it. It's just like down there at the house. Them farmers, they figured they could make more money having them solar panels up there. And a little old tornado come down through there here a couple of weeks ago and ripped up about 2,000 acres of solar panels and blew them. They ain't making no money now. You know why? Because them things is on the ground and they ain't got no way. There's no way they can dispose of them. They don't know what they're going to do with them. And so now they're crying the blues.
Wow.
Well, if you hadn't done that to start off with, you wouldn't be crying the blues. You could be planting corn and soybeans, feeding America instead of making your pockets fat. And they didn't like that too much. I really didn't give a damn, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have no problem stopping that when they were trying to put it at the house. And
Right.
that guy was a good friend of mine. But I told him, I said, you ain't going to drive the first pole in the ground with that. It ain't going to happen. And I made sure of that. But anyway, I can't wait. I'm on my pattern now. I'm unloading right now, and then I go reload in the morning and go up there to the plant, come back to Fort Worth, go back up, then go back to Marina Del Rey and take a couple more days off, start getting them fish all cornered up where I know where they is and everything. And I'll tell you something, boy, it's so nice, that new boat motor. I mean, you could almost just aim it somewhere to take off and go by itself. I really am enjoying that thing.
Awesome.
Well, Steve, I see you commented on my. You ain't gonna ask me about being at the fair fishing at the fish tank.
I forgot about that. Yes.
But I figured that was gonna be the first thing you busted on my chops. But see, let me tell you the story behind that thing. They had them little, maybe a half-pound catfish in that tank, right? And there must have been 25 or 30 kids standing up there, and wasn't nobody catching a damn thing because they had them all full. The dog food, fish food, still floating around there now. And Boone had done got wore out. And I said, hold on a minute. I said, y'all just let them fellas get down that other end of that thing down there, and I'm gonna catch all y'all a fish. Well, anyway, you can take that old hook and dangle it upside that fish's mouth, and you can rip him, with the hook and catch him in the lip.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, he will put on a shower. I believe every kid that was standing up there caught a fish. And this guy told me, he said, that's not really legal what you're doing. I said, man, they're a bunch of kids. I said, they want to catch something. They want to feel some action on the end of the line. He said, I think I'm going to turn you in. I said, well, do what you got to do, you know. So the fella come down there and asked me, he said, you the only one catching fish. Are you ripping fish? I said, hell yeah, I'm ripping them. I said, these kids are enjoying the hell out of it. Well, boss, now I'm going to ask you to leave. So anyway, there was 25 of them kids had them a good time while it was going on. Me and Uncle JB got thrown out, but hey, it was worth it to see the smile on their face. And a lot of them kids had never caught a fish. Like Boone, I mean, he'd been fishing with me and caught brim and stuff, but he'd never caught a nice sized catfish, and that thing pulled him all over the place down there. But it was fun. It had a good time, and the kids enjoyed it. So anyway, Steve, we're going to get out of here and get on up the boulevard, and we'll be with you, I reckon, all week this week.
All right. Well, safe travels out there. Thanks for checking in. Leave it to the Carolina Monkey Gouge. You're never one to not be stirring something up everywhere he goes. All right, 844-3388. Back to work we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Over 130 international students are allowed to stay in the U.S. for now, thanks to a federal judge in Atlanta.
A temporary restraining order was issued Friday by U.S. District Court Judge Victoria Calvert against ICE and other federal agencies after the students' visas were suddenly revoked. The judge's order prevents the deportation of 133 students from at least 5 countries. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking trial will go on as scheduled following an attempt by his defense to get it pushed back.
A federal judge decided Friday that the disgraced hip-hop mogul's trial will start as planned on May 5th. Diddy's lawyers had argued that they should have another 60 days to prepare their defense arguments. This after the indictment against Diddy was expanded for the third time to include new charges of sex trafficking and engaging in prostitution. I'm Kristen Marks.
President Trump is hinting that he may fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
Trump made the comments speaking to reporters in the Oval Office.
I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let them know it.
The statement came after Powell warned Wednesday that tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. Powell is a fellow Republican whose term ends in 2026. He's previously said he would not step down if Trump asked him to. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. has now risen to 800.
On Friday, the CDC announced there were nearly 100 new cases over the last week. The majority of the cases remain in Texas, but there are now confirmed cases in 24 different states. So far, 96% of this year's cases have occurred in unvaccinated people. Officials say if these trends continue, the United States could surpass the measles outbreak of 2019 and potentially reach the highest number of cases since 1992. I'm Rob Martier.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Florida deputy and police officer are recovering after being shot on Friday afternoon. Sheriff Grady Judd says 34-year-old Wayne Votes pistol whipped his mother and made his father beg for his life during an argument.
He won't ever shoot anyone else. He's dead. He asked to be shot and killed, and we obliged him.
The deputy and officer are expected to make a full recovery. Solemn ceremonies marked the 30th anniversary of the deadly Oklahoma City bombing yesterday. Former President Bill Clinton delivered the keynote speech.
We have no idea what all 168 of those people would have done with the rest of their lives. But we do know what they did that was good. We know the love that they generated, which was worthy.
Clinton was in office on April 19, 1995, when Army veteran Timothy McVeigh detonated a truck packed with explosives outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. The remembrance ceremony included 168 seconds of silence to honor each of the lives lost. A fatal rare brain disorder similar to mad cow disease has killed 2 people in Oregon.
The deaths were confirmed by the Hood River County Health Department on April 14th. Health officials say in the last 8 months there's been 1 confirmed case and 2 possible cases of the illness, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Out of the 3 cases, 2 have died. The health department said that there is currently no identifiable link between the 3 cases, and the risk of getting the disease is extremely low. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Good to hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger there. He's talking about rules, regulations, contacting your representatives. Let them know what's going on. One thing we can, shall we say, stick a fork in it. Yet another Biden-era rule regarding greenhouse gas emissions. It will never be implemented, according to a final rule posted in the Federal Register Friday. Released by the Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration, it will go in effect May 19. This action, the first completed deregulatory move by the agency under the leadership of Secretary Sean Duffy, less than 100 days into the Trump administration. In a statement issued by the Department of Transportation, they claim that if implemented, the Biden-era greenhouse gas emissions rule, the performance measure, would raise project costs. It would divert critical resources away from highway construction to irrelevant emissions targets. Duffy says, quote, "I slashed this ridiculous climate requirement to ensure no radical political agenda gets in the way of revitalizing America's highways." So the final greenhouse gas rule effectively removes a federal requirement included in the FAST Act, implemented in 2023. Authority to set and enforce such regulations is now the responsibility of the individual states. According to the DOT, the overturned rule would have required state transportation departments to measure and establish declining targets for carbon dioxide emissions on federally supported highways. First proposed under the Obama administration, it was rescinded during the first Trump administration, but reinstated in 2023 by the Biden administration. Now, the U.S. DOT notes that it was later ruled by two federal judges that the department did not have the authority to issue the rule. Today's action builds on Secretary Duffy's efforts to rescind woke policies, roll back burdensome, costly regulations, restore economic growth, and ensure that all U.S. DOT policies align with the administration's priorities. The note posted on Friday said the rescission of the greenhouse gas measurement rule is the latest in a series of actions designed to deliver on the president's commitment to rescind harmful policies enacted under the Biden-Harris administration and reaffirm the DOT's focus on safety, efficiency, economic prosperity, and regulatory reform. Support for the rule was quickly voiced by groups representing trucking and other industries. States are best equipped to determine their transportation needs. But the Federal Highway Administration's greenhouse gas emissions performance measure issued by the Biden administration would have created unnecessary bureaucratic barriers to access federal funds. That's the Senior Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for the ATA. Ultimately, this heavy-handed approach would have scrambled local priorities, undermined highway expansion projects leading to greater traffic congestion and higher shipping costs that contribute to inflation. The trucking industry strongly supports the Trump administration's decision to repeal this rule that lacked statutory authority to begin with. The president and CEO of the American Road and Transportation Builders Association also applauded the move. So one step at a time, making progress, kind of rolling back some of these woke issues, the climate change, the Green New Deal rules. See what's going on with Eagle as we get the new week started here. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah, it's good to hear Monkey Gouger calling in. It's a shame that he said he's gonna get off the road in a couple of weeks, You know, we ain't got too many good people out here left, Steve. I wish I was sometimes I wish I was old enough to retire, but it looks like I got another 25 years to go before I'm ready to retire from this game. Like I say, I like driving trucks, Steve. I just don't like the people. I just don't like the people that are out here that are coming into it. It wasn't that bad when I got into trucking back in 1998 when I first started driving trucks. It was fairly decent, but like Monkey Gouger said, over the last, especially in the Biden administration, it has definitely gone down the hill with Biden letting in all these foreigners and these guys that coming in. They, you know, like I said, Steve, I grew up around. I'm a second generation driver. You know, my dad he drove trucks, and my son, unfortunately, he's interested in trucks, and he'll probably want to do the same thing when he's of age. But I'm gonna try to talk him out of it if possible, because it's not something that. Let me just put it to you another way. If I could go back 25 years, Steve, and when I first went into truck driving, I would have found another profession to get in. That's due to the fact that, like I said, these foreigners, reckless drivers, and also the four-wheelers that have absolutely no respect whatsoever for trucks. It's really sad. Now, I want to talk about something, Steve, and I've heard other guys say this, and I've said this myself. Okay, on my way to Texas today, I drove through Oklahoma, and I've been driving this same route for 25 years that I've been driving trucks on my way back to Texas out of Missouri, where I was coming from, Highway 69, going down through Oklahoma, about 200-mile stretch from a place called Big Cabin, Oklahoma, down to the Texas state line, Sherman, Texas. Okay, I've been running this same road now for, like I said, over 25 years. And I've seen trucks, Steve. This road used to be a mecca for trucks rolling south headed to Dallas, Texas, because that's the fastest way to get to Dallas if you're coming out of Missouri, Springfield or something like that. Okay, as I'm driving, Steve, it's like I'm the only damn truck in the world. There is absolutely no truck traffic rolling south. And I used to drive for a company called CFI out of Joplin, Missouri, a long time ago when I first got into trucking. And CFI, Steve, that's another easiest way to get to Dallas and to Laredo, Texas. CFI used to be known for loads going to Laredo, Texas, brother. And going rolling south down this road, when I used to drive, because that's why so many guys quit the company when I was with CFI, because all you did was relays. They had loads set up. They'd have you take the load from Joplin down to the Texas state line, and then they'd have another guy take the load down to Laredo, another 500 miles, and you couldn't make no money. That's why I left the company. As I'm rolling south, I didn't see not one CFI truck, Steve, from Joplin, Missouri, all the way down to Dallas, Texas. And like I said, that used to be a mecca. Now let's go to Laredo, Texas. Laredo has a drop yard there with CFI, where they reload and loads that go to Mexico and other places. The parking lot is completely full, Steve, with trailers, empty trailers, no freight to put these trailers in. The trailers, they look like they're going out of business. As a matter of fact, when I drove by Joplin, Missouri today, you should have seen I told you this a couple of weeks ago. When you see a lot of empty trucks at a trucking facility, that either means one or two things: that the company is no good and they treat their drivers like garbage, or something is going on. They don't have no freight. They don't have no business. So it's one of the two with CFI, because that parking lot is full of trucks. I can't even imagine the amount of trucks that I seen in that parking lot when I drove by today. So, like I said before, there's something going on in the trucking industry, Steve. I told you the same thing when I drove Interstate 10 a couple of weeks ago from Florida back over to Texas. It's like there's no truck traffic, the freight, and then when you go to these truck stops, all you see is bobtails. You see a lot of trucks with no trailer attached to them whatsoever, and that's definitely a bad sign When you go to a truck stop and you see a truck sitting there with no trailer attached to it, there's a reason why that truck is sitting there with no trailer. That means he has no freight to haul. And so something is, and this is during the daytime, not at nighttime. This is during the day when I'm seeing this. So there's something going on in the freight industry. Luckily, my company is still keeping me operating. I'm still rolling over 3,000 miles a week, but I can't say the same for other people. And you gave updates over the last couple of weeks of companies that have gone out of business. You just talked about Davis Trucking out of Florida last week. That's going to be closing their doors in a couple of weeks. And it wouldn't shock me if other companies are on the same path. So I don't know what's going on, Steve. Maybe you can look into it. Maybe other people can look into it. But there's something clearly going on in the trucking industry, and it's not good, and it's not good at all. Like I told you, when I started this 25 years ago, I never thought I thought this was a job security job for life. I never thought in my life that trucking companies would close doors and lock people out and shut down, put people out of work and get laid off. Never in my life did I ever think that 25 years ago, and I damn sure didn't think I'd be driving an automatic truck that I'm sitting here right now. Now, let's move on to this subject right here, Steve. Let's move on to another subject right quick. And that concerns, well, I want to say something about where I'm going to be headed after I leave Texas. I'm rolling to Texas right now. I'm almost to my house. I'm going to spend about a day there tomorrow, and then I'm rolling back out. And then I'm getting to Talladega. I'm getting there early this year, Steve. I'm going because they already got the parking lot ready. I told you I drove out there about a week or two ago, and they are already setting up for Talladega next Sunday. I'm going to both of the races, the Infinity race and the Cup race. I'm going to be sitting in the stands for both of them, so I'm getting there early. I'll probably be sitting in Talladega probably on Thursday or Friday night. I'll be sitting in their parking lot, ready to watch some serious action come on Saturday and Sunday. I'm not going to make the mistake I made last year where I didn't get there to the day of the race and had to sit in all that traffic. This time I'm getting there a day or two early, and I'm going to be joining the party and having a good time and enjoying myself watching the action, because there's plenty of action in Talladega. So anybody who's never been to Talladega and you like NASCAR, you better make plans to get to that race. They got another race later on in the year, and I think October or November might be able to get to that one. But this one coming up this Sunday, Steve, is some action that you don't want to miss. Now, to get to something else, Steve, that we talked about last week, and I'm really disgusted with this individual and people that live in Maryland. People that live in Maryland ought to find a way. They ought to be trying to find a way to get him out of office, Steve. And that's this senator that had the gall and the audacity to go down to El Salvador and visit with a known gang member and try to get this man freed and released and brought back to the U.S. of A. A total insult to a mother, a woman that talked right in the White House, talked about the brutal murder of her daughter to Donald Trump last week. And this guy had the audacity. And you know what this guy had the nerve to say, Steve? He was on the Sunday morning talk shows today, and I'm not going to even mention his name because he's not even worth talking about. I'm just going to say he represents Maryland. That's all he does. His name is not even worth talking about. Do you know what that loser had the nerve to say, Steve? He said that he went down there to El Salvador to protect the rights of that man that was illegally kicked out of the country. Can you believe that he had the gall to say that he was protecting the rights of that man? Well, first of all, he doesn't have any rights. When he crossed into the United States illegally without coming in the right way, you don't have no damn rights because, first of all, you're not a U.S. citizen, so you don't have the same rights that me as an American. And it pisses me off, Steve, that this guy had the audacity to go down there to El Salvador and try to bring this guy back to America. It's disgusting, and he ought to be kicked out of his position that he holds because we can get somebody better. We can do better than that. America can do better than that, Steve. We have American people that are sleeping on the street right now that are military veterans, people that put it all on the line, and this guy has the nerve to try to represent an individual like that. It just disgusts me because, like I told you, Steve, I'm 100% American, and I'll be 100% American until I die. And I refuse to allow somebody to represent the United States like that. It's just disgusting. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. On a roll. Back to work Monday. Greatest day of the week, right? He mentioned, Davis was in the headlines last week. And it's been a trend. More and more companies doing the same. And he mentioned the Carolina Monkey Gouger. With our veteran drivers, whether retiring or just getting out of the business, we're losing more and more of the seasoned drivers, which brings us to Wes Olson Trucking out of Idaho. The owner of the company says he's closing the doors in part because good drivers are a dying breed. Wes Olson. Olson got into trucking in 1958, bought his own 1955 Mack in 1961. When he started his own independent operation, he then grew his operation to a family business that owned and operated 30 tractors, hauling timber across the region. In the 70s, Wes and his son, Jim, even ran a convoy of 6 semi-trucks over an ice bridge along the Yukon River in northern Alaska. We were actually ice road truckers before they even had a name, according to Jim. Now, if you like it, it's a pretty good job. You're on your own. You don't have a boss hanging over your shoulder. In the 90s, Olson handed the business over to his son, Jim, who operated the company until this year. They ran their last route in March, apparently. They are currently offloading their remaining fleet of semi-trucks as Jim prepares to retire. Both Jim and Wes say that several challenges have contributed to the decision: a lack of good drivers, an increase in operating costs, and tightening regulations. The biggest thing is common sense. Some guys have it, and some guys don't. They are a dying breed. They're just not out there, he says. Jim says the company was able to find good drivers, but unable to find enough good drivers to keep up with freight demand. We've had a really good crew the last few years, but just not enough of them. In addition to hiring struggles, Wes experienced a fire on their property in 2023, which caused their insurance rates to rise astronomically, he said. We were paying $300,000 a year last year just for insurance. You can hardly pay for that. On top of the high rates, the company could not get insured if they hired drivers under the age of 25. Further narrowing the hiring pool and adding to the difficulties of operation. These two guys, now part of a dying breed, say they had a good run, but they feel it's time to hang it up. Pretty much where the Gouger stands right now. We had a lot of good people come through here. So many people to thank. Jim says he's looking forward to retirement so he can go fishing wherever and whenever he wants. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, as far as this MS-13 gang member continues to dominate the headlines, how long is this going to go on and on? Got an update over the weekend. An ex-Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director, Ron Vitello, says this Abrego Garcia, the Maryland band, who I guess there were some paperwork screw-ups. They say he was not supposed to be deported when he was, but he is a member of the MS-13, and that he'll just be removed again if they bring him back. Let's start where it is operationally. He says, if he comes back to the United States, he's going to be deported again. Now, Vitello served during President Trump's first term. He says, so Democrats claim that his case is a constitutional crisis. And Chris Van Hollen flying to El Salvador seems to me more like grandstanding than anything else. He's trying to negotiate with the government. Well, that's what the president's supposed to do. In fact, in the court ruling, it says this is a foreign policy to be conducted by the executive branch. And we're going to be where we are after these rulings for being deported. We'll be right back. Yeah, that's where this ends up. He's a native son of El Salvador. He's been a known gang member.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Chris Van Hollen is defending the due process rights of a Maryland man who was deported to El Salvador. While appearing on CNN State of the Union, the Maryland Democrat said if the Trump administration can violate the rights of Kilmer Abrego Garcia, the rights of all Americans are threatened.
I'm for whatever gives him his due process rights.
His comments come days after he traveled to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia. President Trump believes progress will be made on trade deals.
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Speaking during a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, President Trump said he has immense respect for Meloni and the U.S. is going to have little problems making deals with Europe. Meloni told reporters she believes Italy and the U.S. should be able to come to terms. Trump said the previous administration allowed other countries to rip off the U.S., and he's here to stop that. The president added that no country can compete with the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Eagle was talking about not seeing nearly as many CFIs. I mean, I know somebody has to refresh my memory. There's not nearly as many of them out there, right? Because they sold several divisions, I think, several years ago. Is it 2022 or something? I think all they kept was like their dedicated business or the brokerage operations. So I'm assuming maybe have they been rebranded? I guess I'm questioning. Are there still CFIs out there? Or are they rebranded with the new owners, which I think was Heartland, if memory serves. Either way, it's 844-3388. Let's get to Brain Dead. Got a little NASCAR action, a little sports action. So yeah, a little change in operations occurring over the weekend, huh?
Yeah, one of the guys had to go out, and they put his bid up for a temporary bid or kind of like a hold-down bid, either until he comes back or it becomes something permanent till we rebid again in October. So pretty much I'll have Monday off. I don't know what I'm going to do on Monday except, I don't know, hide from everybody because I know it's going to be manic. But that's pretty much what's going to be happening until we rebid in October. So, by the way, did you happen to catch the Cincinnati Reds game today, buddy?
24 runs. I don't know. I haven't researched if they ever scored that many in a game. I don't know that they have or not.
I don't even know either. I know the Yankees had a 20-9 game here a couple weeks back, if I remember right. I'm like, what happened? Did the Orioles not even show up? I mean, are they playing like their third string out there? I mean, come on now. I mean, I know it's not pitchers and catchers day because somebody had to show up for that game.
Yeah.
But anyway, we had a little NASCAR race coming on there Friday and Saturday. Tyler Income won the truck race there. He broke a 130-race winless streak. So maybe there is help for old Kyle Busch there for a minute, but this is where the big, I don't know if it's controversy or big, I don't know how you want to say this, surprise. Jesse Love won the Xfinity race. But, however, during the inspection, he was disqualified.
Uh-oh.
The reason he was disqualified is because, you'll love this. The mating surfaces was modified from the trailing arm to the U-bolt saddle, and it was not in contact at all. So, in other words, someone did a little shady stuff on the side of the wind and not get caught by NASCAR. So ultimately, since he was technically disqualified, Sammy Smith wins the race. Also, too, he is a winner of the Dash for Cash and got $100,000 bonus out of it.
Mm.
Now, one of the penalty that came out of it was Justin Bonchar. He was penalized for a loose lug nut or a lug nut not being installed after the race. But the real shocking news, kind of shocking if you want to say it that way, is Rockingham President Bob Sargent. Now, a lot of people, I'm right there with Eagle, I'm right there with a lot of the people, don't go to Mexico, I totally get it. They want to go back to Rockingham. And Rockingham is one of the historical tracks for NASCAR. I mean, when you think of Rockingham, you're thinking of Darlington, Martinsville, etc. And they haven't had a cup race. They haven't had a cup race there in 20 years. And they had a sold out house the whole time. And the fans really loved this track. And there has been a big push here lately to get a cup race there at the Rockingham track. Well, Bob Sargent said that it's not as easy as everybody thinks. There's a lot of people that have to sign off on this, but there is talks in the works. So when there is a cup race, don't know, but it's a possibility. So also, too, did you happen to hear that NASCAR changed its drive for diversity program? Did you hear about this?
No, sir. No.
It's for all of these people that are wanting to come up and be cup drivers, to come up through like a stepping series. They call it Drive for Diversity, and I imagine with the whole DEI thing, and I don't mean Dale Earnhardt Incorporated.
Right.
They decided to change it to the Driver Development Program, which is a good idea. Now, the thing they have not said is who are going to be coaches. Is it going to be some of these former drivers, such as Dale Earnhardt Jr. himself, or Matt Kenseth, or just insert names as to who's going to really help them? Because the ARCA and Xfinity Series run the Gen 6 car, and Cup runs the Gen 7 car, and there is a lot of difference between those two. So, I don't know if Senior Slacker's listening out there, but Texas A&M is going to sponsor Cole Custer for the Coke 600. So there's a little bit of interesting news there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this one kind of caught me off guard.
ARCA's powerhouse team, kind of like the Hendrick for ARCA. Venturi Motorsports sold out to Nitro Motorsports over the weekend. That kind of threw me for a loop. But now remember Friday we were all talking about the NIL and the NIL and the NIL. We talked about this for eons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the big rumor over the weekend has that Nico, I'm a loser. I'm a leaving. I can't pronounce his last name. He's supposedly going to UCLA. Now, I can see why he wants to go to UCLA because he's from the area. He's from Long Beach, if I remember right. So it makes sense for him to go back to UCLA and go play for them. However, financially, it's not smart, and I'll get to that in just a second, because they came. There was an unnamed source said that they've told everybody to expect Nico coming into the onto the team. Now, Nico, he made what was it, $2 million last year. Now and this is why he should have stayed. Now, Steve, you know, and I know, and everybody else knows that California is a very heavy taxed country. I mean, state, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he had a $2 million deal, he would only be making $900,000 a year. Tennessee has no state income tax. That means he was paid $2 million. You'll probably walk out there with about 1.5 or 1.25. I'm not for sure on numbers and all of that. But still, it still makes more sense to stay there financially. So you're going backwards and not forward. That makes a lot of sense. Now, I was also kicked around that Notre Dame, North Carolina, University of Central Florida, and USC all told them straight up, told Nico's handlers, before the spring, anything to do with the spring practices, the scrimmages, they're not interested in him. He is a very toxic player. He is not worth the money, because if he was to go first round, and I'm using hypothetically, if he went first round, he's going to collect $41 million over 4 years, and that includes your signing bonus too. So realistically, you're only making $10 million a year, which is not a bad chunk of change. But if you went second round, it's $10 million over 4 years. Third round gets between $5.5 and $6 million. Third and fourth round gets $5.5, $6 million. And if you go later on, like fifth, sixth, whatever rounds, you get $4 million, and free agents get the minimum salary is $750,000 a year. So you can see where you're going to be at with all this NIL. And the thing with the NIL, and I can sort of see why they did this, is because the kids started screaming, "Well, we want to be paid for the video games and to use our image and likeness." Okay, that's fine, but you're going to school for free.
Mm-hmm.
And heck, the boosters are even the ones paying some of your bills. So why do you need this NIL money? Why do you need to be paid to play? When that lawsuit happened, that was with Jeffrey Kessler, the same Jeffrey Kessler that's involved with the 2311 Front Row Charter lawsuit. That same Jeffrey Kessler. The NCAA saw this coming as a big mess, and they just sat back and said, "Hey, look, you boys have at it. Y'all have fun. Hey, go ahead and do it." But the one thing that I did find interesting, though, out of 56 power conference schools, Texas, the University of Texas, paid $22.2 million last year. Houston Cougars was at the low end. They paid $2.1. Now, when this NIL money, it's not just for football, folks. It's for basketball, baseball, whatever sports is at that school. So it's not just strictly just football, because it was reportedly that Carson Beck, the quarterback for the University of Georgia, signed his NIL deal at $4.3 million a year. However, it's not been confirmed. But there was thoughts being kicked around as to how to solve this whole NIL problem. And Deion Sanders had a great, great interview, and he said they need to have a salary cap, like the NFL does, just straight up a salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all for that. I think there should be a salary cap, but at the same time, why should you be paid to go to school, paid to play football in school? You're there to get an education. Why do you need to be paid? It's either going to have to come down to some sort of federal regulation. There's going to have to be something big that happens here to get rid of the whole NIL, flawed NIL concept.
So they've opened a Pandora's box. I don't know. The old, once the camel's got its head under the tent, how do you get him out? Right? How do you fix it?
Well, you spank his butt and pray to God he pops his head up. Still, but anyway. Well, wait a minute. Is that for Australia or for America? There is a difference, right? But, no, I did read some stuff about the whole spring scrimmages, and I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to park that for tomorrow, because I know Captain Ron's probably snoozing somewhere. So I'm going to break down tomorrow about the schools and what they're going to have to accomplish for this upcoming football season, Steve. So I want to ride to Memphis, my friend. You have a good morning.
All right, there you go. The greatest day of the week. Yeah, it was Easter Sunday, and I didn't actually get to catch that game. I saw the Friday night game. Reds beat the Orioles. Orioles came back and beat them on Saturday night. But Sunday, what the hell happened? Oh, the pitching staff was like pitching batting practice. According to Yahoo Sports, the Cincinnati Reds found a whole bunch of runs in their Easter basket Sunday, scoring the second most by the team since the year 1900. A 24-2 win over the Orioles at Camden Yards. Was there anybody left in the stands there at the end of that game? I'm curious. Fans had to be so disheartened. The run parade began in the third inning with 7 runs to break open a 1-1 tie. Ellie De La Cruz started the eruption with a solo home run to put the Reds on top. The next 4 batters reached base against the starting pitcher Charlie Morton. 3 singles and a walk, bringing in 2 more runs. 3 additional runs scored on an error by Morton, a single by Austin Wynns, and a triple by T.J. Friedel. Morton finished the day allowing 7 runs on 7 hits and 4 walks in just 2 1/3 innings. But he wasn't the only pitcher throwing batting practice. Cody Pettit relieved Morton. He gave up 5 runs and 6 hits in 2 2/3 innings. Perez came on for 2 innings and allowed another 3 runs. They had to give the pitching staff some relief. The shortstop, Jorge Mateo, and the catcher, Gary Sanchez, actually came in to provide mercy for the pitching staff and finish the game. Mateo was batted for 5 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks. Sanchez allowed 4 runs. Both of them, we're talking position players, pitched 1 inning each. But Wynns was the star among the 10 Reds players who got hits. He went 6 out of 7. 6 RBIs out of the number 9 spot. Third baseman Marte actually drove in 7 runs, batting 8th. He went 5 out of 7, along with a grand slam. Austin Hayes with another Cincinnati starter that notched 4 hits Sunday. He went 4 out of 6, scoring 4 runs. But they look back at the records. The 24 runs scored in that game trails only the 26 runs they scored in June of 1911 versus the Boston Red Sox. Prior to the year 1900, the team record for runs in a single game was 30 back in June of 1893 against the Louisville Colonels at the time.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, rolling into a brand new day. That would be a Monday. Hope you had a good Easter. Our number, 844-844-3388. We got a couple minutes before news break. Coming up, we'll get to the Knuckle Buster. Following the news, Daryl checks in from Fairfield this morning. Philip kicks off a new week in Florida. And room for you. Meanwhile, in Florida, classes resuming today at Florida State University, 4 days after the deadly shooting that left 2 dead, 6 others injured. According to reports, students and instructors will have the option of holding classes remotely or in person, depending on the class. The school has waived all mandatory attendance policies that could affect grades, they say, so students won't be punished if they choose not to go to class in person. Students can also request an incomplete grade for their class if they feel they're unable to complete a course. We want everyone to receive the support and help they need. For some students, that may mean not going back into the classroom. According to the superintendent, the president of the college there, for others, the idea of community and gathering as well as the opportunity to focus on academics may be beneficial. There's no right answer for everyone. What we've learned is the gunman, identified as the stepson of a sheriff's deputy, arriving on campus an hour before the shooting last Thursday, stayed near a parking garage where he walked in and out of the buildings and various green spaces, firing a handgun just before lunchtime. In roughly 4 minutes' time, officers confronted the shooter, where he was shot and wounded. The 2 victims who died were Robert Morales, who was a university dining coordinator, and Tiru Chaba, an executive for food service vendor Aramark. Weren't even students there at the school, but Yeah, President Trump spoke about the shooting from the Oval Office Friday. And he said, the gun doesn't do the shooting, the people do. As the typical narrative is. The questions are, Mr. President, what are you going to do about gun control? All right, the shooter turned out to be the 20-year-old. Yeah, we know that there. But Trump was speaking on the generalities on the attack when he said, I'm a big advocate of the Second Amendment. I've been from the beginning. I protected it. He then spoke directly about this attack, to which he said, these things are terrible, but the gun doesn't do the shooting. The people do. He went on to say we'll have more to say about the FSU attacker later. And a reporter responded by asking, what do you mean when you say there will be more to say about it? He said, only in terms of what happened. As far as legislation is concerned, this has been going on for a long time. I have an obligation to protect the Second Amendment. I ran on the Second Amendment. Among many other things, I will always protect the Second Amendment. But in the state of Florida, they have a red flag law. They have gun-free college and university campus zones. They've increased the minimum purchase age for long guns. All these things that have been done legislatively, but still failed to prevent Thursday's shooting. I mean, you can pass all the laws you want, as we know. If someone's hell-bent on committing a crime like this, they're going to find a way to do it. All right, news break. We'll return with more. Monday, the greatest day of the week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Chris Van Hollen is defending the due process rights of a Maryland man who was deported to El Salvador. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, the Maryland Democrat said if the Trump administration can violate the rights of Kilmer Abrego Garcia, the rights of all Americans are threatened.
I'm for whatever gives him his due process rights.
His comments come days after he traveled to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia, who was being imprisoned alongside other deported immigrants. President Trump believes progress will be made on trade deals.
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Speaking during a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, President Trump said he has immense respect for Meloni and the U.S. is going to have little problems making deals with Europe. Meloni told reporters she believes Italy and the U.S. should be able to come to terms. Trump said the previous administration allowed other countries to rip off the U.S., and he's here to stop that. The president added that no country can compete with the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The American Civil Liberties Union is suing the Trump administration over its targeting of international students.
The lawsuit was filed after more than 1,100 students from 170 universities had their legal statuses revoked. The ACLU says these students now face detention, deportation, and severe financial or academic hardship. They added the unilateral and unlawful terminations have severely hurt law-abiding students who are simply trying to obtain an education in the U.S. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The USDA's Food Safety and Inspection Service has issued a public health alert for pork carnitas product sold at Aldi.
The product may be contaminated with pieces of metal. The alert applies to 16-ounce packages labeled pork carnitas seasoned and seared pork with juices, slow cooked with citrus. The affected products have a use date of June 30th or July 1st printed on the side. The Food and Safety Inspection Service urges consumers to not eat the product and discard it. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Health officials are giving an update on the Florida State University shooting victims.
We do feel that all will make a full recovery.
Trauma surgeon Dr. Brett Howard says they suffered wounds to their extremities, torso, and face. 2 campus employees were killed in the Thursday attack. A fire destroyed a church in Queens on Saturday, just hours before parishioners were set to partake in Easter Mass.
Officials say the fire broke out just before 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon at the St. Edmund Church in Breezy Point. The fire reportedly broke out in the rear of the building, causing significant damage. 2 firefighters suffered minor injuries battling the blaze and are expected to be okay. Firefighters and locals were able to salvage some of the holy statues from inside the church. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
A tax credit in Georgia encourages residents to support teens aging out of the foster care system.
The Fostering Success tax credit renewed by the Georgia legislature raises its cap to $30 million, enabling donors to receive a dollar-for-dollar state tax credit when contributing to organizations like WellRoot. Programs like WellRoot's transitional living programs offer housing, educational, and workforce support to former foster youth, helping them transition into adulthood and pursue their goals. One beneficiary, now studying to become a nurse, tells Fox 5 Atlanta she credits the program with providing opportunities she never thought possible. I'm Katie Gray.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, we kick off another hour as we turn the page on the calendar. 21st day of April here. Monday. Hello to Billy, checking in. Morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive, folks. Hope everybody had a great Easter weekend. Time to hit the road again. And stay safe out there. And we've got Knucklebuster joining us on a Monday morning. Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, the Reds can do that to anybody they want to. I don't care as long as they don't do it to the Cardinals there, right?
I was thinking to myself,
I want y'all to let the Cardinals win.
You score 24 runs in a game, and then wait and see. I don't know who they play next, but I wouldn't be surprised they come out and they get shut out or maybe score one run or something. It happens all the time. I don't know how you do it. One game you're unstoppable, and the next you can't get a run.
Yeah, it's kind of like truck driving there, right? Well, I'm not going to call my senator or my congressman, I promise you. I've called them so many times, and finally I realized they don't care what I have to say. But they care less. So they're going to do exactly what they want to do. They just want, when vote time comes around, they'll tell me exactly what I want to hear. And that's exactly the problem there. To me, the owner-operators and the lease drivers are the problems out here, and there's company drivers out here that are problems too. I just had an owner-operator pass me tonight, Steve. He was running 90 and a 70, and guess what? That man had a Christian cross lighted up on both sides of his truck. Imagine that. Well, didn't that make him a hypocrite? Well, don't answer that. Well, I got fired from my job this weekend, Steve. I told you that earlier. Tennessee said my house work ethics were weak. She didn't like my attitude either. I told her President Trump signed an executive order forbidding men to participate in women's sports. That's why they called it a wash her and a dry her. Then I got caught drinking on the job.
Uh-oh.
She put my shoes in the freezers. Yeah, she put my shoes in the freezer, Steve. She told me I was walking on P&I.
Oh, boy. Look out.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, I didn't get a chance to read it there, but UFO footage captured by the U.S. Navy shows a mysterious aircraft launching from the sea. That was on Fox News there. I didn't get a chance to read it all, but anyway, there ain't no little green men flying them ships, Steve. It's one of our enemies there that's doing that there. Did you know it takes Pluto 248 Earth years to make one orbit around the sun?
I know that in our entire lifetime, it will not make one orbit around the sun.
Yep. Since its discovery in 1930, it ain't made one yet. It won't until 2178. If you were born today, Steve, you still wouldn't make it. That'd make you 153 years old there, right?
Wow.
Well, you know that guy, what's that guy's name down there that they kicked out? The the illegal immigrant out of Maryland. A Tennessee state trooper had him pulled over one time, and they didn't do nothing about it. So he let him go. So I think that Tennessee state trooper needs to be fired there. I saw where Biden's vax-focused COVID-19 website was obliterated by the White House and was placed with true origins of the virus guide. Trump was doing away with Obama and Biden's presidential legacy, and that's what he told Obama at Carter's funeral. That's why Obama was laughing so hard, Steve. Do you know what DPA International is?
Can't say I'm familiar.
It's international news with a European perspective.
Okay.
And I saw this article that robots hit the streets against humans in Beijing in a half marathon. The world's first humanoid robot half marathon was held Saturday with the robot Tiangong Ultra crossing the finish line in a little over 2 hours and 40 minutes. Well, despite giving it all on the circuits could handle, he was left in the dust by the fastest human finished, who crossed the line in a brisk 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 7 seconds. Well, I think they better work on them robots a little bit there. You got an Audi A6. He has racked up $57,000 in New York City speeding fines since 2024. He drives an Audi 563. He's received 177 so far this year, and he's paid $46,636.66 of those fines to date, and he still owes an additional $11,205.63. I think that man's got more money than he's got sense. What do you think?
Sounds like it.
Yep. Did you know it takes 5 months to get a driver's license in Britain?
No, really? Wow.
Yeah, and we thought our DMV was bad. There just ain't enough examiners there is what it said. Well, you want to own a street legal Porsche 962 CT?
What's it going to set me
One
back?
of them race cars. Yeah, about $1.3 million. You reckon you and Chris might loan you the money? And here's the latest. You remember my girl Elizabeth Hurley?
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, she's hinting that her and Billy Ray Cyrus have a sweet thing for each other there, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
Imagine that. Achy, breaky heart. Imagine that. Well, that's all my bull on it for this go-around. We'll call back in that long list hour, Steve. And I appreciate you giving me a heads up so I can get pulled off on the side of the road there. They got a new camera in the truck, and they don't like me touching the telephone. So.
Modern technology. And did you say the insurance company is responsible for that? The insurance company's making them do it?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. They had a camera in here already, but this one's more modern technology. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. If I have to touch my phone, I just use my stylus. How about that? Instead of putting my hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll see what that gets me. I'll see what kind of nasty remarks I'll get from that in the morning. But anyway, if they say something bad to me, I'll tell them, well, I'm old enough to retire. So I'll be like Monkey Gouger.
Very good. Well, we'll chat later in the morning. That's again. So yeah, they got the insurance company. Apparently, the insurance company required them, to put the driver-facing cameras in. I guess they could have said no, but so they're going to charge them a higher rate, right? Kind of going back to the company that said the insurance company told them they couldn't hire a driver under the age of 25. When we shared that, Gary said, how does insurance dictate how people live or who they're going to hire. And when you do need insurance, they don't want to pay. They just want to increase the cost. That's every single day. You are correct there. Meanwhile, Mack Trucks announcing late last week that they're going to lay off up to 450 workers from factories in Pennsylvania and Maryland due to the impact of tariffs and other economic factors. Apparently, it's going to be between 250 and 350 jobs at the Lehigh Valley operations in Lower Macungie Township, Pennsylvania, over the next 90 days. Mack will lay off between 50 and 100 workers from its factory in Hagerstown, Maryland, by May the 2nd. Now, this is in addition to the 43 people already laid off earlier this year from the Hagerstown facility. Now, they say heavy-duty truck orders continue to be negatively affected by market uncertainty about freight rates and demand, possible regulatory changes, and the impacts of tariffs, according to the spokeswoman for Mack Trucks, who spoke to FreightWaves via email. We regret having to take this action, but we need to align production with reduced demand for our vehicles. This is considered an indefinite layoff. We can't say when we'll need to increase production, as it depends on the market, but we look forward to calling people back as soon as that is necessary. Of course, Mack Trucks' Lehigh Valley operations, the heavy-duty truck manufacturing facility that focuses on all Class 8 Mack trucks in North American and export markets. The plant in Hagerstown develops and manufactures all of Mack's heavy-duty diesel engines, transmissions, and drive lines. Founded in 1900, the company also has a manufacturing facility in Roanoke, Virginia, and employs more than 2,000 workers. But since the year 2000, Mack Trucks has been a subsidiary of the Sweden-based Volvo Group, which purchased Mack and its former parent company, Renault Vehicles Industries, for about $1.8 billion. The North American Class 8 truck market orders totaled 15,700 units in March, down 14% compared to February, down 22% year over year. So the implementation and the continued threat of tariffs among North American trading partners with the ongoing economic and freight market uncertainty have significantly dampened fleet investment for Class A trucks and tractors in recent months, according to FTR Transportation Intelligence. All right, so the back and forth with China. It is 844-844-3388. Daryl, got you coming up right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. How was your Easter weekend, Daryl? Good morning.
My Easter weekend was spent in bed. I picked up a bug out in North Carolina somewhere and kind of laid me low.
Oh, hate to hear that.
How's the family and how's Stryker?
We're all hanging with them. At least we're not under the weather at this point. That's a good thing.
Man, whatever I picked up, it was like Montezuma's revenge. And I was on the West Virginia toll road, and some truck driver came across that toll road and closed all 4 lanes. I sat in about an hour, and then I was able to wiggle off and go back to Tamarack and take me a nap. I came back, and they must have been 3 miles of trucks lined up while they were working on the other side, taking pieces of trailer and pieces of trucks apart. I don't know what he did, but he really closed that turnpike. Have you been out across the West Virginia Turnpike recently or last year or so?
No, it's been a long time.
Well, it's $18 now to get from one side to the other, and I wondered what the truckers pay.
Wow.
Do you have any idea what they would pay to run the toll road?
Off the top of my head, I do not, but I'm guaranteeing it's probably double or triple what you're paying.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be $40 or $50 for them to run across there, but they were talking about a lack of trucks running from Oklahoma to Texas. There sure wasn't any lack of trucks running from Ohio down to North Carolina. They were bumping me right along. And when I hit the turnpike going down, it rained on me all night. And I caught your weather forecast, and you said it was going to rain down through West Virginia, and it certainly did. So I know that the truckers really depend on those weather forecasts you put out at the beginning of each show. You're about as good a weather forecaster as you are a newscaster.
Thank you, Daryl.
How's your new dog doing?
Doing well, doing good.
Did he get to go Easter egg hunting with the children?
No, I had done. They didn't do their egg hunt till like 3:00 yesterday afternoon, and it was supposed to be at like 1:00, and I was planning to go. I said, yeah, 3:00. I gotta be in bed by 3:00 in the afternoon, so I missed out on the hunt. But we got the puppy was sleeping with me, so we missed the egg hunt.
I see. I was interested in your Mack report there that Mack had sold out to, did you say a Sweden company, a part of Volvo?
Volvo Group, yes.
Man, they've been around since 1900. That's an old American company. I hate to see all these American companies sell it out. But Mack made some rugged old trucks they used to have a 5-speed Mack, and if you missed a gear, you just about had to pull over the side of the road to start over again.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had one called a Sidewinder Mack, and you sat sideways in your seat, and it was a rugged little old truck to drive. I'll let you go. I just wanted to let you know I listened to you on the way out to North Carolina, and your weather forecast was right on.
Well, good to hear from you, Daryl.
Talk to you later.
I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. Nothing like being under the weather. Caught some sort of bug for his Easter Sunday. Meanwhile, I'll take you to other industry headlines, take you down to Dateline, Houston, Texas. A semi-truck leading Houston police on a brief chase Saturday, culminating in the driver's arrest at a gas station. It all started when Quentin White, who runs a trucking company, tried to repossess the truck from the suspect whom he had hired as a driver. So when I approached him, he didn't want to give me the keys and literally attacked me to take the keys back when I got them. Now he said, this is my truck. I'm not giving you the keys. Of course, but it's my truck. And keep in mind, he's homeless, I found out. He's basically living in the truck. But following the altercation, White contacted Houston police, who responded to an apartment complex where the truck was parked. The suspect fled, initiating a chase. Officers ceased their pursuit, but a helicopter continued to track the suspect from above. The chase ending ultimately at a gas station near the starting point, where the suspect exited the truck and barricaded himself in the bathroom. Officers ultimately using a battering ram and a canine unit to apprehend him. The only reported injury was a canine bite sustained by the suspect. Kind of reflecting back on the whole ordeal, White said, I just keep in mind, from Tennessee, I'm a little overwhelmed. I didn't have anything to eat all day, and I've been dealing with this since 3:30 in the afternoon. So, yes, I'm exhausted. I'm just glad it's over. Suspect ultimately was taken into custody. White expects he'll be able to get his truck back once police conclude their investigation. Just another day in paradise there in the trucking industry, right? All right, coming up, other industry headlines we'll get to. Philip will be checking in from Florida following the news break. Updates, any progress? What's the word on ending the war between Russia and Ukraine? It sounds like this administration is kind of on, they're about to give it up, saying you're on your own. We'll explain a bit more coming up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Chris Van Hollen is defending the due process rights of a Maryland man who was deported to El Salvador. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, the Maryland Democrat said if the Trump administration can violate the rights of Kilmer Abrego Garcia, the rights of all Americans are threatened.
I'm for whatever gives him his due process rights.
His comments come days after he traveled to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia. President Trump believes progress will be made on trade deals.
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Speaking during a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, President Trump said he has immense respect for Meloni and the U.S. is going to have little problems making deals with Europe. Meloni told reporters she believes Italy and the U.S. should be able to come to terms. Trump said the previous administration allowed other countries to rip off the U.S., and he's here to stop that. The president added that no country can compete with the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, rolling down the highway into a brand new day. Somewhere in Florida, we find Philip. Good morning.
Yeah, down here on I-4, just about 528, buddy. How you doing tonight?
Doing well. Did I see somewhere that they've added some lanes to stretches of I-4 down there? Is that in where you're traveling, or?
Yeah, they're in the process now of putting toll lanes from just over there, close to where Universal Studios is, all the way down to almost Tampa. And the plan is with I-4, they want to have the toll lanes the middle of I-4 from Tampa to Daytona. They still have to work on it from Seminole County up in through Volusia County. But now they're in the process of doing it. I guess it would be from Orange County into Polk County, and they're still working on it. They're changing all the interchanges and everything. It's a major deal. They had it downtown for many years here. They got the downtown one done. I believe it was right before COVID, if I'm not mistaken. It was close to around COVID, and then they started on this project they're working on now, which is basically it's Polk County and Orange County, mainly in that area, and Osceola. So, but other than that, we're doing okay, Steve. Did you see the Russians had a capsule come back over the weekend?
I did indeed, and with a 70-year-old astronaut on board.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get some more footage. I mean, I saw the footage that they were throwing out to the media. You know, NASA was throwing out when it landed, but all the footage was of just the two Russian astronauts, or cosmonauts, I should say. They took the American off, and you seen them take him off, but they didn't show him that much. They showed more footage of the Russian cosmonauts, you know, sitting on the ground with their medical folks. And the American, they brought him out, and they just kind of carted him away. And then I didn't see no more of him in their NASA footage. So I don't know if he was having a medical issue or if, you know, they were just doing it because it was primarily a Russian flight. I don't know, but it's interesting on that Soyuz. They landed in the middle of the land, and it has multiple hatches in case the spacecraft flips over on its side. So if the capsule hits the ground and it tumbles on its side, because they don't cut away their parachutes. Most of those capsules, when they land, they do what they call a cutaway, which means they cut the chutes up so the capsule can stay upright. They don't do that. They let the chutes stay hooked up to it, and then they disconnect them when they go to get the astronauts out.
Huh.
And they had to take them guys out of the top of it because of the way the capsule fell. It flipped over on its side, and everybody had to come out the top. So it's kind of interesting how they do things compared to the way that we do things, you know. Their engineering is a lot different than ours and what they do. And like even their Soyuz spaceship, you know, we have the trunk underneath the capsule. When the capsule comes back, it shreds the trunk, and that's it. It's just two pieces. Theirs is actually three pieces. They have a part that's on the top that falls off that hooks up to the space station, and then they have a trunk on it, just like what we have, but they have solar arrays on it. So it's just a different way of doing things, I guess. I'm not sure if their engineering's better than ours or we're better than them or whatever, but it's just a different way of looking at it, I guess, Steve. Sounds like monkey gougers having the insurance blows there with that camera. What do you think?
Yeah, right.
Hey, Steve, I didn't have a chance to talk about it, but you talked about Davis going out of business down here in Florida last week. Do you remember that one on CDL Life?
Correct. Yes.
All right, so my grandmother, my aunt, lived in Waldo, Florida, which is between Stark, Florida, and Gainesville. And we used to go by Davis's when Davis's dad owned it. Jimmy's dad owned it. We used to go by there when I was a kid. And I remember his dad, he'd always been a Freightliner guy, and he had Freightliner cab overs when I was a kid. But I remember that company very well, and it's a really solid institution down here in Florida. And it really shocked me when I heard y'all talk about it going out of business. And but it's just like Monkey Gouger was talking about the cameras and all that stuff. It's the sign of the times, Steve. That's what's happening with the industry. It's taking a different turn in the way that things are done, and I don't think Jimmy Davis wants to deal with it anymore. What do you think?
That's pretty much the way he made it sound. I mean, he said every time one of his drivers goes out, it's like playing Russian roulette. With if they're involved in an accident or an incident, that they can get these nuclear verdicts that you see, and I guess he doesn't want to run the risks anymore. He's ready to retire.
Yeah, and it had been rumored through the years, and this is what happens with a lot of these companies. A lot of these companies, the family all gets involved with the company. I mean, I went through it when I worked in Illinois in a company, a little smart cartage company up in Illinois. You have a lot of the family that gets involved with it, and when the older ones, who started the company and wanted to keep it going, decide they want to get out of it, the younger ones that are there are kind of, I wouldn't say they're kind of burned out on it because they've been dealing with it all their life, but some of them don't want to go in that way of living. They don't want to be working in a trucking company as an accountant for the rest of their life. And it's just, I guess, a sign of the times, and that's what's happening now. We've got a lot of people that, back in the day, usually a policeman's son turned out to be a policeman, or a firefighter's son, or their daughter, or whatever. Their family members turned into doing what they were doing. It was all grouped and clustered. It isn't that way anymore with all the technology we have right now. It's changing the demographic of the way things are. Do you think that's the way it is, Steve?
I mean, he did point out that he's got 3 children. I don't know how much involvement they have in his company, but he said none of them want to continue the operation. So,
absolutely. I read the bios. You can go to Davis's website. It's up. You can go to their website. I went to their website and read their bios. His children are all in the corporate end of the company.
Okay.
They're all accountants. They're all management, and I'm pretty sure that when they leave their dad's company, their only options is to go in a logistical type company, unless they have other avenues that they think they can make money. But by their backgrounds and their education and whatnot, they're kind of stuck in a logistical type management field. And it just surprised me they wanted to get something different. Now, maybe some of them have other things they can do that make them money, more or whatnot. But it's something to be seen, and that's today we're having the problem with now. I seen an interesting piece the other day on that. That guy Mother Trucker. He had a piece on about how the quality of driver has went down. Have you seen some of those articles about that, Steve? How the quality of the truck driver has went down?
I shared the story here earlier with another company out of Idaho. That's I think they had 30 truck operation that they announced they're going to be shutting down because the quality drivers is a dying breed, they said.
Absolutely. There's a lot of drivers out there, and I'm not saying the young drivers are bad, but there's a lot of drivers out there that are not attentive to the detail that it takes to do the job. Attentive to detail, what does that mean? Well, they might not have superior customer service skills. Their driving skills might be lacking. They might be costing the company money with their driving skills. They might be driving crazy. That's why we do have a lot of these cameras and stuff like that, because of people doing crazy stuff. And it's something that companies are paying attention to now. I guess they're being a little bit more resilient to what's going on with the operation than people actually think. And it's something that does need to be paid attention. One driver going to a customer and spouting off to them could lose an account. Now, in today's times, there's not an account to back up that account, if you know what I mean, Steve. When you go to that customer and you talk to them and you're rude to them, you're the presentation for the company right then and there. And if you don't treat them right and take care of them and provide them the adequate service they need, they just go and get somebody else. So, And it's the same way with driving. If you're out there driving a truck and you're driving it wild and you're running over people, that goes against the company image. And that's what a lot of folks don't focus on with these companies now, being a company driver especially. Owner-operator, it's your own game. You make your path when you're an owner-operator. Company drivers, you make your own path, but you have to follow the company protocol. So, just food for thought there, buddy. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me.
All right. Good to have you on board. Get the new week underway. It is 844-844-3388. I'll take you back down to talking about the U.S. and trying to end this Russia-Ukraine war. Late last week, I believe it was Marco Rubio, said the United States is going to abandon efforts to end the war if it proves impossible to broker any meaningful progress in the next several days. Yes, that was Marco Rubio. He was departing Paris after a meeting on Thursday with the French President Macron. And he said, if it's not possible to end the war in Ukraine, we need to just move on. Yeah, telling reporters that the Trump administration will decide in a matter of days whether or not this is doable in the next few weeks. So really beginning to ratchet up the pressure on Russia and Ukraine to end the war, and appeared intended to inject some urgency into European efforts to convince Vladimir Zelensky that the Ukrainian president needs to compromise. While the U.S. is Russia's chief interlocutor in the negotiations, Europe has more sway over Zelensky. Of course, President Trump said he's not a big fan of the Ukrainian leader, as we know. Mr. Rubio said Mr. Trump has spent 87 days at the highest level of this government repeatedly making efforts to bring this war to an end. We are now reaching a point where we need to decide and determine whether this is even possible or not. High-level talks last Thursday between American, European, and Ukrainian officials were the first of their kind, they say, intended to bring kind of a convergence between the views of the war in Washington versus European capitals. Rubio said the conversations were constructive, but it appeared clear that Mr. Trump is losing patience here. It's not our war. We didn't start it. The United States has been helping Ukraine for the past 3 years, and we want it to end, but it's not our war. Mr. Rubio and Steve Witkoff, Mr. Trump's envoy, have led the American diplomacy aimed at ending the war, which, of course, has festered more than 3 years. Witkoff has actually met with Vladimir Putin. So I think that yesterday, I believe I saw a headline. There was some discussion where Trump believes they might be able to come to some sort of an agreement this week. We'll see. I don't know if I'd hold my breath or not, but all right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regen are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secrets, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
What do we see here? In New Mexico, the state of New Mexico State Police held a commercial vehicle blitz earlier this month. The Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division operation took place April 7th through the 11th. In southeastern New Mexico, troopers say the purpose was to increase safety, enforcing commercial vehicle laws, conducting thorough inspections, monitoring weight limits, helping prevent accidents caused by improperly maintained or operated vehicles. Yes, indeed. But some of the details released: 25 Level 1 inspections, 602 Level 2 inspections, 154 Level 3, 187 vehicles placed out of service for a critical item violation, 293 out-of-service violations issued, 40 commercial vehicle drivers placed out of service. Sounds like darn near every vehicle had some sort of an issue. According to state police, with the high volume of commercial vehicles traveling across the state, our officers play a critical role in ensuring compliance with state and federal regulations. We will continue with proactive enforcement throughout the state to ensure commercial vehicles operate safely and comply with the law in the state here. All right, let's see. Eagle, welcome back. What's going on? Did we lose Eagle? Can't believe we did. Let's see what's going on with Vic here on a Monday. What's happening, Vic?
Hey, well, quite a bit, really, but it's kind of calm for me. I did happen to hear Scarecrow with his episode there the other night, and I know it hurt him in a lot of different ways there, but my wife and I are both teetotalers, so usually on New Year's Eve we tell people we'll travel to your house because you don't need to be out. But anyway, back in the 70s, my wife's brother insisted that we have some champagne over New Year's Eve, and we said, no, we're not doing it. And he was it almost got to the point of obnoxiousness. Well, lo and behold, where we lived at that time, it was kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And as we were going home at 2 o'clock in the morning, there was one of these sobriety road checks.
Yeah.
And we told him about that the next day we met him, and he said, I said, that's why you don't drink at certain times of the year, you're going to have one of these sobriety road checks. And I said, nobody would believe that would have been the first time we ever drank, So he face kind of got a little bit red and embarrassed. So it's weird how sometimes just the simplest of things can totally balloon out of control there. But anyway, that happens, and my grandson, Navy grandson, who he let's just say that he's not immune to partaking every now and then, and he happened to have a coworker one time, and everybody told him to stay away from that guy because everybody that goes out with him winds up getting a DUI.
Uh-oh.
And of course, he kind of ignored that, and they met up with some gals or something there. I don't know what it was, but a young Navy sailor and a young woman, you kind of know what's going to happen. And they said, well, let's go to our house, we'll have a party. But he didn't know exactly how to get there. And in the process, he got tangled up and had an accident, and he had to go through that whole DUI thing. And he came under a judge. I don't know exactly what her problem was, but he had to go back for some Navy training, and she was telling him he couldn't leave the state of Indiana, and the Navy helped her change her opinion. But I think he's about over it now. He had to have that stuff put on his vehicles to where it could detect if he was sober and all that
right,
stuff. But
the interlock.
Yeah. So anyway, he's back now, and he has a civilian job with the Navy, but tickles him because he gets to test all the Special Forces weapons. He gets to break all the Special Forces weapons, I should say, and then turn it over to the engineers to see what went wrong. And then from time to time on his reserve thing, he has to go back out to San Diego where they're all swimming in the Mexican sewage. So anyway, that's kind of just a real brief thing. But I know that kind of hurts. I guess Scarecrow had to give up what was he still driving, I guess, and got released from his job or something. So
correct.
So anyway, that's kind of enough about that. So, but really, what I called about was I have lived through 3 of these economic revisions. The first happened back in the oil crisis because the Arabs got mad because we supported Israel. They embargoed our oil, their oil, to the United States. And for reasons that I still cannot explain today, we had a gas war a month before. All of a sudden, it went through the roof. And
I was young, but I remember the gas wars. Let's pause there. News break as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We'll do whatever the law says we have to do. And but I think, I stand by the fact I think we did the right thing here.
President Trump's border czar says the administration followed the law when it deported a Maryland man to El Salvador. During an interview with ABC's This Week, Tom Homan defended the deportation of Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, repeating allegations that he is a gang member.
And we have followed the Constitution. We have followed the law. I am confident that everything we've done is follow the law and is within the constitutional constructs. Absolutely.
Homan says the administration was permitted to deport Abrigo Garcia under the Aliens Enemy Act, even though the administration admitted in court he was deported due to an administrative error. Homan went on to criticize U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen for going to El Salvador in order to meet Abrigo Garcia, calling the deported man a terrorist. A federal judge in Virginia says Google illegally dominated 2 different markets for online advertising technology. Ira Spitzer reports the ruling could force big changes for the tech giant.
The Justice Department may now push to break up Google's ad business entirely. This is the second time in under a year that a federal court has called Google an illegal monopolist.
A trial is scheduled next week in the Department of Justice request for Google to sell its Chrome browser. Reuters reported in September that the company had mulled selling off its ad exchange to appease antitrust regulators in Europe. A federal agency that's supposed to protect U.S. consumers from financial fraud and abuse is losing around 90% of their employees.
Multiple news outlets say the Trump administration is laying off around 1,500 workers at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, leaving only 200 still employed. In the layoff notices that went out Thursday, CFPB Director Russ Vought said the cuts were necessary to, quote, restructure the Bureau's operations to better reflect the agency's priorities and mission. The watchdog agency was created in 2008 in response to the financial collapse during the Great Recession. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Democratic Congressman Glenn Ivey is the latest member of the Maryland delegation to declare he's going to visit Kilmar Abrigo Garcia in El Salvador.
Maryland Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen visited with him on Thursday. The Justice Department originally said Kilmar Abrigo Garcia was sent to El Salvador by mistake, but has since claimed he's an MS-13 gang member who abused his wife. Ivey says he plans a visit next month. I'm Jim Forbes.
Jake Paul is set to face former world champion Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. in June.
The 10-round boxing match will be fought at a weight limit of 200 pounds. In a statement to ESPN, Paul said he just defeated the baddest man on the planet in Mike Tyson, and now Chavez Jr. is next. It comes after a fight between Paul and champion Canelo Alvarez fell apart before being finalized. Paul versus Chavez Jr. takes place on June 28th at the Honda Center. I'm Brian Shook.
A hit reality show in Sweden is live and offers viewers great nature shots.
The Great Moose Migration began airing Tuesday on Sweden's public service television, SVT. The live stream follows the moose migration on a path they have taken for thousands of years to summer grazing pastures. The show airs nonstop for 20 days, following the moose with remote cameras and drones as they make their way through the forests and swim across the Angerman River. Last year's stream drew in 9 million viewers. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we get a brand new day underway, welcome into a Monday. Just like that, closing out the Easter weekend. So we turn the page, 21st day of April. Yeah, several updates to share with you in this hour. Other industry headlines as well. Ford announcing they've halted all vehicle shipments to China as the tariff war continues. First, let's get back with, all right, we were chatting with Vic there, who had been through, you've been through 3 of these, what do they call them, like economic reset, economic cycles in your lifetime? Let me click the mouse there because it didn't pick him up. There he is. Sorry about that.
Yes. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, the first one that I went through on those economic resets, it kind of, the Arab embargo brought them to a head, but before that, they had a failure in the corn crop. It was due to something called the Texas male sterile plant, which a lot of corn growers were using to rather than hiring a detasseling crew to make hybrids. It had a gene in it that made it susceptible to corn leaf blight. And that's where T. Boone Pickens made his first millions. He had bought a lot of corn and one thing and another. And so that started the commodity cycle going. And that was even back before the deal with the Arab oil embargo. And so the inflation thing had already pretty well been kicked off. And when it comes to the Arab oil embargo, I don't know why, but the American policy was they were going to institute a windfall profits tax. But you could buy Arab oil and not have to pay that. And if anybody wants to follow that up, just look at toggle Mark Rich, because basically he was taking American oil and pretending like it was coming from the Mideast. That way they didn't have to pay the windfall profits tax. And oil companies in this country, they had all kinds of oil in reserves, and rather than letting those companies produce all the oil, they put a tax on them if they did. And that was kind of my first experience with it. Then, since inflation was going, the Federal Reserve had to print more money to purchase the same amount of goods. And then Volcker came along, put interest rates through the roof. Then Reagan came along, and they decided that they could send the antitrust people in the Justice Department on a long vacation and start outsourcing stuff. And then that's whenever we went through the Reagan recession or whatever, and then they come along and supposedly collapse the Soviet Union, and they decided they would go to the Soviet Union, and they kind of put them through the ringer, and that just carried on and on and on. So then whenever Bush came into office, he kind of continued that policy of taking advantage of other countries, I should say. And there are a lot of people in the United States that, to me, they were more than willing to sell out the country. And now we're coming up here with Trump thinking that just by tariffs he can solve all these problems. And it just can't happen. That's just all there is to it. There's a whole lot more involved in it than just tariffs. And to get off the economic thing and to go to this deal with the saying that this person, that this MS-13 gang member did not get due process hearings, and the administration is letting these people continue this narrative is beyond me. I don't know if the FCC rules don't kick in. You know, at one time they had to print a retraction when it was proven that they were absolutely, false reporting. That so-called MS-13 gang member, I think he's had something like 4 different hearings, all resulting in some type of deportation hearings.
Yep.
Or identification as an undesirable. I do not understand how they're allowing that to continue on, and that was really my big thing about that. And it's the other thing too is with Trump there and the war, the Ukraine-Russian war. I get frustrated because number one, that Ukraine-Russian war, it's affecting people behind them because they've shut down international traffic in the Black Sea. The Israeli war, that shut down traffic in the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. So major international shipping channels, when you shut down 2 of those, you're going to have economic problems. So there are people that have to make multi-billion-dollar decisions in these different corporate offices, and I would imagine that they're holding back and not making those. So sooner or later, it will filter down to the basically the various economies, and we usually see that first in the transportation industry. So it really doesn't surprise me that truck trafficking has went down, but I just don't understand, why everybody's saying, well, we're going to throw up our hands and quit, or we're not going to do this, or we're not going to do that. And you cannot operate without looking at China. And what's China's number one goal? To present the United States as an unreliable ally. And that if they can get that psychological, I guess you would say, process finalized, that will be a major goal for them, because there are a lot of companies. I keep saying companies, they're countries for some reason, but there's a lot of countries that borrowed a lot of money for China, and those countries that borrowed money from China, they're going to be terribly easy picking for China to take those over, and those are countries that also do a lot of trade with China. With America, and tariffs will be, I guess you would have to say, a minor issue at that point, because if we keep instituting these tariffs without an overall strategy, then they will start to trade with China, and as they start to trade with China, I would imagine rather miraculously, the Israeli-Hamas war, that will come to an end, and so will the Russian-Ukraine war, but that's just my prognostication. So by and large, Trump, I don't know who the Rasputin is that convinced Trump that tariffs was the way to go, but he needs to find out who that person is and think about another way to get to this. He would just let the people enforce the various laws and get the people that we need out of this country, then we can get back to doing the business the way we should. But again, like I said, I've heard so many stories about how this person did not get their due process of law. And then I see at all the hearings they've had, what do they consider due process of law and hearings? Because this person has had ample due process of law, and they all came back to the same thing. He's an undesirable that needs to be kicked out of the United States. That's all I have there, Steve.
All right, very good. Thank you much, Vic. And matter of fact, on that subject, the Federal Communications Commission, their chairman, Brendan Carr, taking a bold stance against many of the Comcast-owned outlets, accusing them of misleading the American public about this guy, Abrego Garcia. The suddenly infamous Salvadoran migrant that had been deported back to his home. To say that Garcia's deportation has caused an uproar among the left would be an absolute understatement, but Carr doesn't think that righteous indignation gives the networks the right to lie on FCC airwaves. We're talking Comcast, broadcast media outlets. His pointed criticism doubly highlights a massive growing American concern, which is out of control media distortion, politically, particularly when it serves a political narrative. Now, last week, Carr took to X to excoriate various news outlets, all on Comcast. They all seem to conveniently fail to give any coverage to the angel mom, Patty Marin, but they had plenty of airtime for sympathetic coverage of Garcia. He said Comcast outlets spent days misleading the American public, implying that Abrego Garcia was merely a law-abiding U.S. citizen, just a regular Maryland guy. And when the truth comes out, they ignore it. Comcast knows that federal law requires their licensed operations to serve the public interest. News distortion does not cut the mustard. Now, he detailed Abrego Garcia's troubling background, coming to America illegally from El Salvador, validated as a member of the violent MS-13 gang. He was denied bond by an immigration court for failure to show he would not pose a danger to others. Now, this warning from the FCC actually carries some weight by invoking Comcast's obligation to serve the public interest under federal law. He's letting these media outlets know you could face scrutiny for spreading falsehoods. Now, this is not just some performative slap on the wrist. It's pretty clear that the FCC has the authority to hold broadcasters accountable. This whole narrative about Garcia has been a flashpoint. Some media outlets, day and night, portraying him as the innocent Maryland man, glossing over his ties to MS-13, a gang notorious for their brutality. This is selective reporting that aligns with the broader pattern of distortion that the FCC is now calling out. It's no secret that certain networks lean left. But Carr's accusations cutting deeper. He's suggesting that Comcast coverage was not just biased, but it was deliberately misleading. And the implication is clear. Pushing a narrative over facts undermines the public trust and could invite regulatory consequences. Garcia's case is not as simple as some would have it. The court records indicate he was deported in March due to an administrative error. Despite having what they call a withholding from removal status, which allowed him to stay in the U.S. to avoid harm in El Salvador. His concerns that he, as a MS-13 gang member, would face reprisal from other gangs. We cite the 2021 protective order that was filed by his wife that raises further questions about his character. He's not some innocent bystander. That's what some of these media outlets are trying to portray. The left's narrative seems to prioritize optics over truth. Painting him as a victim fits the broader anti-Trump agenda, where anti-immigration enforcement is framed as its cruelty. Carr's intervention is going to challenge this tactic head on. To be clear, this is not about denying Garcia's humanity so much as it's about demanding honesty. If he's tied to MS-13, that's a serious concern for public safety. Ignoring it so you can score political points would be considered reckless at best, evil at its worst. Carr's move also reflects a growing frustration with media outlets that twist the facts to fit their mold. When networks call Abrego Garcia a Maryland man without context, they're not informing, they're manipulating. Now, the FCC's role is not to police speech, but they do oversee licensing. Carr's warning hints at political potential consequences for these outlets that flout their public interest obligations. This is a shot across the bow for Comcast and others. This case underscores a deeper issue, though. Trust in the media is eroding fast in this country when these outlets prioritize narrative over facts. This step by the FCC is actually a step toward accountability. The left's reflex defending Garcia without any scrutiny reveals a blind spot. Not every migrant is a saint, and pretending otherwise obscures real dangers. MS-13 is not a trivial threat. It is a violent reality. And the media's double standard is glaring. They'll amplify a sympathetic Maryland man story, but ignore victims' families when it doesn't fit the script. This is going to be a challenge to the media hypocrisy out there. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, who was it? I think it was Carolina Monkey Gouger earlier that brought up in his meeting with his representative there in D.C., the truck parking issue that is a big concern. Government investment in truck parking has been lacking. But a new study reveals the scope of the problems that state departments of transportation face when trying to expand parking capacity. The latest research from the American Transportation Research Institute looked into how states are providing truck parking and how they can expand current capacity. Yeah, some states have made some progress in meeting demand, but most are still lagging behind. The proliferation of truck parking spaces reduces the strain of the truck parking shortage. Therefore, the expansion of public-provided truck parking benefits drivers, the industry, and all road users by reducing unauthorized truck parking and emissions. According to the study, about 40,000 of the more than 300,000 truck parking spaces across the country are actually located in public rest areas, with an average of nearly 600 public spaces per state, while the private sector, controlling most parking, the accepted ratio of public to private parking is 1 to 4. Most states are not meeting that expectation. According to the study, 37 states had fewer than one public truck parking space for every private sector spot. Some of the highest ratios included Louisiana at 1 to 42, Oklahoma at 1 to 28, Arkansas at 1 to 20, Texas 1 to 19. Now, some states exceeded expectations, including Vermont with 1 to 1.5. Same for Massachusetts, New Hampshire at 1 to 2, and Maine at 1 to 2.5. They give all the details, although funding and local resistance present problems over which the state DOTs have no control. Many states are not taking advantage of opportunities that are actually available to them. High costs, low priorities, and a lack of dedicated funding, major hurdles that states have to clear when it comes to truck parking funding. The average cost for one truck parking space, believe it or not, is more than $100,000. Although nearly 2/3 of states at least partially fund parking with federal dollars, only 40% have applied for U.S. DOT grants. One issue is you're competing with other transportation projects. When you're applying for federal grants, the state DOTs tend to fund the higher priority projects. And unfortunately, truck parking typically does not make the list. The vast majority of states, 84%, do not have dedicated funding for commercial vehicle parking. All right. There is what they call the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act that's back in play in D.C. that would dedicate $755 million only to projects that expand parking.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Chris Van Hollen is defending the due process rights of a Maryland man who was deported to El Salvador. While appearing on CNN State of the Union, the Maryland Democrat said if the Trump administration can violate the rights of Kilmer Abrego Garcia, the rights of all Americans are threatened.
I'm for whatever gives him his due process rights.
His comments come days after he traveled to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia. President Trump believes progress will be made on trade deals.
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Speaking during a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, President Trump said he has immense respect for Meloni and the U.S. is going to have little problems making deals with Europe. Meloni told reporters she believes Italy and the U.S. should be able to come to terms. Trump said the previous administration allowed other countries to rip off the U.S., and he's here to stop that. The president added that no country can compete with the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Region 2 has it all, from Allegan to Zanesville. Region 3 covers Dairyland, the Land O'Lakes, and Corn Country. Want to learn more about the NTPA's national schedule? There's an app for that. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Last week, we explored the 6 events across the NTPA's 2 Eastern Steiner Tractor Parts regions, 1 and 4. This week, we'll start traveling the Region 2 trail, and next week, we'll wrap that and move on to Region 3. Before we get too deep into the pulling season, let's take a moment to thank all of our friends, old and new, for attending the NTPA Headquarters Open House on Saturday. It is the NTPA's full intention to be good neighbors and a significant part of the Marion, Ohio business community. And to our sponsors and members, it was an expression of appreciation for all you do to keep pulling on its growth trajectory. Special thanks to the Benedict Criswell team and to Avery Dalman for hauling and displaying their Unlimited Modified and Pro Stock tractor, respectively. Now back to the Steiner Tractor Parts Regional National Schedule. Region 2 opens in Boswell, Indiana on Saturday, June 7th as the Illiana Hub Shakedown returns after a 10-year absence. The following week, Paulding, Ohio's County Fair Pole will rock the lucky fans in the stands with 5 big classes on Friday the 13th. The Saturday after, the 21st, Fremont, Michigan's Bob Gilliland Memorial Pole takes over the Newaygo County Fairgrounds for 4 regional and 1 Wolverine State Division. Then on Sunday the 22nd, Greenfield, Indiana's Hancock County Fairgrounds welcomes 4 classes. The month of June concludes with a flurry for the second year of the 3-night expanded Arcola National Pole, from the 26th through the 28th at Branning Park along US 30 just west of Fort Wayne. Also on the 28th, it's Cadiz, Ohio's Harrison County Fair Pole. July begins in Rushville, Indiana at the Rush County Fair on Tuesday the 1st and moves to the NTPA's new hometown, Marion, Ohio, on Wednesday the 2nd. Dorr, Michigan will offer up a taste of both regional and grand national classes at the Summer Sizzler on Saturday, July 5th as the light modifieds and super semis come to play. We'll stay in Western Michigan through the next Thursday and Friday, the 10th and 11th, for the Eaton County Fair Pole in Charlotte, before heading down US 68 to Wilmington, Ohio's Clinton County Fair Pole on Saturday the 12th. The third week of July brings 6 poles in 7 nights. Greensburg, Indiana's Decatur County 4-H Fair Pole on Monday the 14th. Hartford, Michigan's NTPA Nationals at Van Buren County Fairgrounds on Tuesday the 15th. Carrollton, Ohio's Carroll County Fair Pole on Thursday the 17th. Lebanon, Indiana's Boone County 4-H Fair Pole on Friday the 18th. Springfield, Ohio's Clark County Fair Pole on Saturday the 19th. And Adrian, Michigan's Lenawee County Fair Pole on Sunday, July 20th. Another new event hits the calendar on Wednesday, July 23rd, the Eastern Michigan State Fair Pole in Imlay City. Then Marysville, Ohio returns on Friday the 25th, and Cassopolis, Michigan on Tuesday the 29th. And a busy July concludes at Monroe, Michigan's County Fair Pole on Thursday, July 31st. We'll leave it there for now. Overwhelmed with all this information? No problem. It's all on the schedule page at ntpapull.com, as it always has been. But now you have another option. Available on both the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store is the brand new NTPA mobile app. Just search for NTPA, download the app to your handheld device, and enjoy up-to-the-minute schedule information and lineups and results once the season gets going. That's the NTPA app, available now for Android and Apple. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much, Mr. Dunlap. Another week underway. Just a quick blurb came down the line that Ford has halted shipments of its SUVs, pickup trucks, and sports cars to China in the wake of President Trump's tariffs. Coming down from the Wall Street Journal on Friday, the company this week halting shipments of its F-150 Raptors, as well as Mustangs and Michigan-built Bronco SUVs, as well as the Kentucky-made Lincoln Navigators to China. I'm kind of curious as to how many vehicles does or did Ford actually sell in China anyway. I'm thinking there's not a big market for the U.S. vehicles there. I may be wrong, but yeah, China's retaliatory tariffs in response to the U.S. import taxes see these vehicles facing a tariff of as high as 150%. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Carl on a Monday. What's happening, Carl? How you been?
All right, Steve. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I've been doing fine. Little bit of allergy problem here lately with pollen and everything going on, but overall I'm doing okay. Yeah, getting into the tariffs deal there with, I know Vic doesn't like the tariffs, but apparently these countries have been ripping us off for a long time, and Trump has just found a way to negotiate with these people, okay? So I think this is going to be short-lived once they finally get it all together. Even China is going to come around, I do believe. And even though it's hard to negotiate with China, they're going to come around to something that's a lot better than what they had before, which was doing nothing but ripping us off totally. And we understand that there's a lot of money that we were losing on these tariffs from other countries against us, okay, because we weren't doing anything to get money back on reciprocal tariffs. But leaving that aside, Pete Hegseth has apparently made another mistake with the phone usage. I don't know if it's true or not, because the U.S. media is breaking this news, and I haven't heard anything on your news reports tonight about it, but hopefully it's not true. That apparently he's used the app again with another thing that was similar to the first debacle, and it was intercepted by somebody. So I don't know for sure if he's did that or not, but if he has, he probably should be fired, because we can't be having this. The government does have secure phone lines, and apparently he just can't. If he's doing this again, as I've heard already, he doesn't need to be in that position. I mean, we've got secure phone lines. The government, the Defense Department has plenty of secure phone lines that they can use. And there's no sense in using an app, or even, I heard he used his personal cell phone this past time. Okay. He apparently used his personal cell phone.
I haven't touched on it because right now the White House is saying that it's a non-story, that the legacy media just keeps trying to resurrect the same non-story. But I mean, I'm waiting for a little more info about this. I mean, they're trying to make it sound like some of these people that got fired. Remember, the 3 guys got let go last week for leaking information. I guess the press secretary is saying these individuals are, trying to stir things up because they're embarrassed for losing their jobs.
Yes, hopefully he hasn't done this, and that's what I've been trying to say. I hope to God he's not been doing this again. But getting to the Ukraine situation, about that, I would like to say that I believe that Zelensky has been bought by the Democrats. I'm thinking that he's been bought by them, by Joe Biden, to kowtow to whatever they say. And they're probably telling him right now, hey, don't go along with what Trump says. Just try to make it until the next election, which is coming up in 2026 with the congressional votes. And they're going to try to remove Trump from office if they can win both the House and the Senate. And then they'll have Vance to deal with then, of course. But they're just trying to manipulate Zelensky is what they're doing. And I had hoped that Russia would already have been on the move to get out of that country already. But since Zelensky has made his mind up, he's going to be a stiff competitor here with Trump, then Trump is just going to let him fight as long as he wants to over there against Russia, and Russia may take over the entire country. But I hope that some kind of peaceful resolution would come out of this. But the oil embargo, getting to that Vic had mentioned earlier, the media, I remember I was in high school at the time, and all of that was going on, and I was in 8th grade at the time of the oil embargo, 75, 76, I believe, somewhere around that. Jimmy Carter was president, and the school was even teaching, Steve, the school was even teaching that that we didn't have any more oil left in the United States. We had ran out of oil and gas, and we were about to have to buy our oil and gas from everybody, and we couldn't buy it anymore. And it was like a panic.
Right.
I mean, panic. And then everybody had to go to the gas stations and line up on certain days and this, that, and the other. I mean, the rules were set to go buy gas, and people were getting mad in the gas lines and all of this. It was serious business. I mean, have to wait for 2 hours sometimes for a limited number of gallons of gas. I mean, over again, people were just being, I mean, we haven't seen that yet, and hopefully we never have to see it again, because I tell you what, the way people are nowadays with road rage and this and that going on, there's going to be people killed at the gas lines if that happens. But and they were also teaching the metric system as well, and saying, oh, well, we're going to have to learn the metric system because the standard weights and measures are going to go by the wayside. We don't have to use that anymore. We don't have to worry about inches. We don't have to worry about meters anymore. It's going to be centimeters. It's going to be meters. And it's going to be Celsius instead of Fahrenheit and all this. I mean, it's good to learn. It's interesting to learn it, but don't lie to us, okay, is what I'm saying. I mean, there's no need to lie to people about the way things are going, you know, in the news media. I mean, we first discovered that the news media, I believe, was telling us falsehoods in the Vietnam era, and coming out of that to the Vietnam era into the 80s, and it's been that way ever since. And the Democrats, this guy that has went to go to El Salvador to supposedly rescue this man, that he's an illegal alien, to beat it all, and somebody needs to explain to true Americans what he means by due process for this guy. Because, you know, this guy does not have due process, in my opinion, of anything. How could he possibly? He's been in this country for 16 years, I do believe, 14 to 16 years, and never has been legal. Okay, never has been legal of any sense of the word, and his whole family apparently is receiving benefits, disability benefits they're receiving, and the public assistance they're getting with their kids. Apparently they have problems, their kids do, and they're paying this family thousands of dollars every single month. Even though he's in the prison now in El Salvador, his wife and his children are getting thousands of dollars a month to live, okay, in this country without having to work a lick. I mean, she's not having to do anything. And she was apparently abused by him as well, and he's been to trial over and over again, 4 times that of note that he's been in the court, okay, for various other violations, and he's never been legal at all. And somebody needs to explain to true Americans what due process really is that the Democrats are talking about for this man, okay? Because he has none. There is no due process for somebody who is an illegal. He came into this country illegally, and they want to talk about the business about their coming into the country due to asylum and all of that, and all they have to do is say a mantra about what their their country is doing to them, and then they're supposed to, according to the Democrats, come into the country and be free-wheeling living, American citizens automatically, I mean, it's just crazy what they're doing to this country. It's really crazy. And Trump is trying his best to get things on the right path. Now, yeah, he may make a few mistakes along the way, but he's not dumb, okay? He's not stupid. All right, and we need to get behind this man, okay? And thank you for taking my call.
All right there. Carl, have a good morning. The whole Pete Hegseth thing will tell you a little bit more. What we do know is there's some gray area there at this point in time. And I'm sure the left is going to be trying to make a big to-do about it, but more on that ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, leave it to the New York Times again to stirring things up. Over the weekend, the White House lashing out at the New York Times, reporting that a second Signal messaging chat created by Pete Hegseth This time that included his wife and brother, in which he shared details of the March military airstrike against Yemen's Houthi terrorists. Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly said, quote, "No matter how many times the legacy media tries to resurrect the same non-story, they cannot change the fact that no classified information was shared." Now, she said, "We have these recently fired leakers who are continuing to misrepresent the truth to try and soothe their shattered egos and undermine the president's agenda at the same time. But the administration will continue to hold them accountable." All right, who did we have here? How did they put it? Another day, another old story back from the dead, according to Sean Parnell, the assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. He called the Times story as a resurrection from the dead on Easter Sunday, no less. Another old story back from the dead. The Trump-hating media continues to be obsessed with destroying anyone committed to Trump's agenda. This time, the New York Times and all the other fake news that repeat their garbage are enthusiastically taking the grievances of disgruntled former employees as their sole source for this article. They relied only on the words of people who were fired last week and appear to have a motive to sabotage the secretary and the president's agenda. There was no classified information in any Signal chat, no matter how many ways they try to write their story. What is true is that the Office of the Secretary of Defense is continuing to become stronger and more efficient in executing President Trump's agenda. We've already achieved so much for the American warfighter, and we're not going to back down. See, right on the heels of that, there's one of these guys that was released from the Pentagon, another individual, the former top Pentagon spokesman, guy by the name of John Oliot, I believe, wrote an opinion piece for Politico this past day, stating that among a month of total chaos at the Department of Defense, he said more bombshell stories are going to be surfacing this week. Now, he's one of those that resigned last Wednesday after being sidelined last month for taking down a Department of Defense website on the Major League Baseball icon Jackie Robinson. But he wrote yesterday that the internal turmoil at the Pentagon has reached a flashpoint. The last of which was Defense Secretary Hegseth firing 3 of his most loyal senior staffers. Those were the 3 that were dismissed last week. All right. In the aftermath, he said, Defense Department officials working for Hegseth tried to smear the aides anonymously to reporters, claiming they were fired for leaking sensitive information as part of the investigation ordered earlier this month. But he said none of this is true. So where's it going to go? More bombshells? We'll see where the dust settles. Final hour coming up here.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel's your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Over 130 international students are allowed to stay in the U.S. for now, thanks to a federal judge in Atlanta.
A temporary restraining order was issued Friday by U.S. District Court Judge Victoria Calvert against ICE and other federal agencies after the students' visas were suddenly revoked. The judge's order prevents the deportation of 133 students from at least 5 countries. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking trial will go on as scheduled following an attempt by his defense to get it pushed back.
A federal judge decided Friday that the disgraced hip-hop mogul's trial will start as planned on May 5th. Diddy's lawyers had argued that they should have another 60 days to prepare their defense arguments. This after the indictment against Diddy was expanded for the 3rd time to include new charges of sex trafficking and engaging in prostitution. I'm Kristen Marks.
President Trump is hinting that he may fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell.
Trump made the comments speaking to reporters in the Oval Office.
I don't think he's doing the job. He's too late, always too late, a little slow, and I'm not happy with him. I let him know it.
The statement came after Powell warned Wednesday that tariffs are highly likely to generate at least a temporary rise in inflation. Powell is a fellow Republican whose term ends in 2026. He's previously said he would not step down if Trump asked him to. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The number of measles cases in the U.S. has now risen to 800.
On Friday, the CDC announced there were nearly 100 new cases over the last week. The majority of the cases remain in Texas, but there are now confirmed cases in 24 different states. So far, 96% of this year's cases have occurred in unvaccinated people. Officials say if these trends continue, the United States could surpass the measles outbreak of 2019 and potentially reach the highest number of cases since 1992. I'm Rob Martier.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Florida deputy and police officer are recovering after being shot on Friday afternoon. Sheriff Grady Judd says 34-year-old Wayne Votes pistol whipped his mother and made his father beg for his life during an argument.
He won't ever shoot anyone else. He's dead. He asked to be shot and killed, and we obliged him.
The deputy and officer are expected to make a full recovery. Solemn ceremonies marked the 30th anniversary of the deadly Oklahoma City bombing yesterday. Former President Bill Clinton delivered the keynote speech.
We have no idea what all 168 of those people would have done with the rest of their lives. But we do know what they did that was good. we know the love that they generated, which was worthy.
Clinton was in office on April 19, 1995, when Army veteran Timothy McVeigh detonated a truck packed with explosives outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. The remembrance ceremony included 168 seconds of silence to honor each of the lives lost. A fatal rare brain disorder similar to mad cow disease has killed 2 people in Oregon.
The deaths were confirmed by the Hood River County Health Department on April 14th. Health officials say in the last 8 months there's been 1 confirmed case and 2 possible cases of the illness, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Out of the 3 cases, 2 have died. The health department said that there is currently no identifiable link between the 3 cases, and the risk of getting the disease is extremely low. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get our final hour underway on a Monday. Closing out the Easter weekend. Well, hello to Gerald this morning. He's chiming in via Facebook, getting his 2 cents worth in. Rainmaker checking in from Thailand. 5 more days in Thailand. Then he'll be coming back. Maybe he'll check in from time to time when he gets back here in the lower 48. As far as Hegseth goes, Gerald says, they seem to have an obsession with Pete Hegseth, just like they did with Steve Bannon. In the first months of the first Trump administration. How about they get ignored and just don't entertain their hysteria. We're dealing with psychotics. All right, over the last 4 years, cannot contain their activism, the sabotage with fabricated stories. They are the textbook definition of scumbags. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, kind of on the back burner, as far as media coverage is concerned, they had round 1 of negotiations with Iran that the president at the time felt was making progress. Round number 2 took place on Saturday, with the update this past morning in a positive sign that the U.S. and Iran are planning a 3rd meeting now over Tehran's nuclear program. Blaine Holt was speaking on Newsmax. He said if there wasn't progress, they know full well that an Iranian strategy would be just to kick the can down the road until they can get an operational bomb. They're very mindful of the clock, and they would not have tolerated or even said they're open to another meeting, which would be a third, had there not been some substantive progress made. But yesterday, officials confirmed that at one point during negotiations in Rome, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, an Iranian foreign minister, actually spoke face-to-face. They plan to meet again in Oman on April 26th, so late this week. Now, I said it's very critical. They keep pressing down this path because now the whole world is involved. You have a Russian relationship with the Iranians. There is traceable evidence now that a state-owned enterprise in China is helping the Houthis target American warships. And now Holt says he hopes that the two sides can reach an agreement for Iran to de-escalate their nuclear capabilities. And hopefully we can get a more peaceful environment in the Middle East. Holt also commented on the New York Times article based on a leak that President Trump had stopped a recent planned Israeli attack on an Iranian nuclear site. Now, I said, this is the only leak in the last many years I can remember that I actually appreciated, because the American people get to see that our president's first choice always is going to be a demilitarized solution. The president may be faced with only one choice, that we cannot allow Iran and the mullahs to have a nuclear weapon. And he may be left with the military option only. But yeah, that was a report that came out last week that, Iran was making plans to strike some of Iran's nuclear facilities. And Trump, I guess, convinced them otherwise. Now, recent reporting, even over the weekend, says that Israel is still contemplating possible limited strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. As long as they're making progress in the talks, though, I would think that President Trump should be able to convince them otherwise. Meanwhile, let me see. I believe Vic is back on board. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning there. I don't know if you had seen this or not, but a few weeks ago, the FBI raided a Indiana University professor's home that taught at their IU's computer science school, and they had some sort of a contract with the federal government, and he was in charge of a lot of the cybersecurity stuff, the particular school he was teaching in, and he also had a home up in Carmel, Indiana there, and they also raided that, and they've been kind of closed-mouthed ever since that. But the reason I mentioned that was I don't know if their security leaks was actually coming from that particular person or people like him, but he is like embedded there in that school, and as a professor, I don't know if certain students are being told to take his class, those from China or other hostile countries, or he's just trying to seek those out. But I could think of a whole lot of ways that could be used for an intelligence operation, and it's occurring right under their nose. And what tipped them off, the FBI, to investigate? They're obviously not going to say, but something did. And when you were talking about this Pete Hegseth story, it makes me wonder, was somebody trying to create I guess you'd say a cover story for a much deeper intelligence operation, and put the blame on Hegseth, kind of a twofer, kill two birds with one stone, because I still have yet to figure out exactly what it was that Pete Hegseth was accused of doing, because the Biden administration approved the use of that app. But, I'm kind of curious why they would be using an app to communicate. But I don't know, maybe it just kind of strikes me as odd that they'd even be using any sort of a
correct
app like that. I don't know if it's supposed to be encrypted or what was secure or anything of that nature. So, but the big thing is, I think there's something much deeper going on. And oddly enough, the big thing is, you were just mentioning about there with Iran and how they're willing to talk and everything. I wonder if it had anything to do with the fact that the America moved their B-52 stealth bombers to Garcia. Anyway, it's an island there. It's pretty close, and they've hit the Houthis a couple of times, and they're the ones that have been shutting down the Suez Canal and the international trade. So I believe there's a whole lot deeper story there. I don't know if the press is allowed to go into it or deliberately distorting it, but I imagine Iran probably sees the writing on the wall that we're going to have to come out of the woodwork. We're not going to be able to use our proxies this much longer, so we're going to have to come out of the woodwork, and maybe we really don't want to come out of the woodwork and realize that they do have, they're trying to get nuclear capability. Iran and a lot of the other people over there, they still want to destroy Israel. It's just that simple, and that that absolutely can't happen. And that's the point that I was making about with the tariffs. Economically, there are places where tariffs can be used, but to try to correct military imbalances and social injustices, they need to there needs to be a separate path for that. And that's like with China there. We know China uses slave labor. They don't obey any of the environmental laws that American companies have to. So, to me, Trump should be going to the World Trade Organization and saying, well, we're going to impose these economic penalties because China is not obeying the international agreements, and these are the ones that file a complaint with the World Trade Organization, which would make it very hard for China to put retaliatory tariffs on us. So, that's the point that I'm making. Yes, tariffs has a place, but you don't use them against your friends, number one. And I'm referring right now to Canada, because Canada makes most of the maple syrup treatment machinery that the people up in Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, all that use for their maple syrup thing, and there's a thriving trade in that. So why we would want to shut down, stuff in our country and then make an enemy, I guess you'd say, of Canada, that's a little bit hard for me to understand. And a lot of the tariff policies that were put in place, they were put in place back in the Cold War to actually, as part of the CIA economic warfare program, which probably needs to go away. But a lot of this stuff we did quite willingly as a part of the way to defeat the Soviet Union, and it does need to be reviewed. But that was a point I'm making. I don't think that Trump is using the tariffs in the right way. And the thing that struck me as curious was he got a few victories early on, and then he really got to going on that. I just kind of wondered, why did those countries, are they some sort of a cabal or whatever you want to say, give Trump a few victories in the beginning so he would continue on down that path, even though ultimately it will be more destructive to the U.S. So that's my opposition.
And I think, like I've been saying from the get-go, there is a secondary motive behind it. It wasn't about just the tariffs. It was not about just immigration and fentanyl from Mexico and Canada. It was about bringing them to the table, like all these other countries, bringing them to the table to kind of renegotiate. In this case, with Canada, it'd be the U.S.-Canada-Mexico agreement that he actually implemented or succeeded in getting that deal done in his first administration. eliminating what many said could never be done, a.k.a. NAFTA. But, all right, bigger story. If you'd like to be first to know what will be dominating the news headlines this Monday, April 21st, on the day after Easter, word just coming down here in the last few minutes, the Pope has passed away. Pope Francis, head of the Catholic Church for the past 12 years, has died at the age of 88. Died Monday morning at 7:35 a.m., according to the announcement from the Vatican. He'd been the Pope for 12 years, ascending to the head of the papacy March 13 of 2013. The first Pope born or raised outside of Europe in over 1,000 years. Born in Buenos Aires, Argentina, worked as a bouncer and a janitor before training as a chemist. In 1958, he joined the Jesuits and rose through the ranks of the church, becoming the Archbishop of Buenos Aires by 1998. 2001, Pope John Paul II made him a cardinal. His rise to the Vatican was a historic event, preceded by the resignation of Pope Benedict in 2013. Benedict was the first pope to relinquish the office since 1415. Benedict became known as Pope Emeritus until his death in 22. At 7:35 this morning, the Bishop of Rome, Francis, returned to the home of the Father. That was the statement. His entire life was dedicated to the service of the Lord and his church, according to Cardinal Kevin Farrell. In the announcement, he taught us to live the values of the gospel with faithfulness, courage, and universal love. All right, Francis was considered, obviously, a more liberal pope than his predecessor, and faced a lot of controversy from the more conservative elements in the church for his stances on the likes of the LGBTQ plus community. He approved a ruling that allowed priests to bless same-sex couples without blessing the relationships themselves. He named the first woman to head a major Vatican office, appointing an Italian nun to become prefect of the department responsible for all the Catholic Church's religious orders. A major step in giving women more leadership roles in governing the church. While women have been named to number 2 spots in some Vatican offices, never before had a woman been named prefect of a dicastery or congregation of the Holy See Curia. So again, that'll be the big story of the day ahead. The one day after Easter. And he did briefly appear. And matter of fact, I think J.D. Vance met with him on Sunday, I believe. Says Francis will be remembered as a pope like no other. His message was, "I am one of you," characterized the modesty of his pontificate. All right, Francis, there you go, met with U.S. President J.D. Vance on Sunday. He saw himself as an advocate for those without a voice. He visited refugee camps during the migration crisis when xenophobia reached new heights in Europe. He welcomed migrants to the Vatican and prayed for the thousands who perished in the Mediterranean. But again, a tenure not without controversy. The Pope dead at 88 years old.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, rolling toward news break, bottom of the hour, just a matter of minutes away. As far as the passing of the Pope, it was just February of this year when the Pope issued a major rebuke of the Trump administration's immigration policy. You're talking about Trump's crackdown, when he sent a letter to U.S. bishops in which he appeared to take direct aim at Vice President J.D. Vance in his defense of the deportation program on theological grounds. In his letter, Francis says, nations have the right to defend themselves and keep their communities safe from criminals. That said, the act of deporting people who in many cases have left their own land for reasons of extreme poverty, insecurity, exploitation, persecution, or serious deterioration of the environment damages the dignity of many men and women and entire families, placing them in a particular vulnerability and defenselessness. Despite his what many described as liberal stances on certain issues, the Pope had remained steadfast in his opposition to abortion, calling it absolute evil. He, in recent years, even waded into U.S. politics, advising Catholic voters ahead of the 2024 election to choose the lesser evil, when casting their ballots for either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. He said Trump's stance on migrants and immigration was a grave sin, but he compared Kamala Harris's stance on abortion to an assassination. He also weathered controversy over the Vatican's handling of the Catholic Church's sexual abuse scandals in recent years, as victims have come forward to tell their stories of being molested by Catholic priests. He established a papal commission to address the issue and made it mandatory for dioceses to report any abuses. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Chris Van Hollen is defending the due process rights of a Maryland man who was deported to El Salvador. While appearing on CNN's State of the Union, the Maryland Democrat said if the Trump administration can violate the rights of Kilmer Abrego Garcia, the rights of all Americans are threatened.
I'm for whatever gives him his due process rights.
His comments come days after he traveled to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia. President Trump believes progress will be made on trade deals.
I think that you will see we'll make a very good deal with China.
Speaking during a meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, President Trump said he has immense respect for Meloni and the U.S. is going to have little problems making deals with Europe. Meloni told reporters she believes Italy and the U.S. should be able to come to terms. Trump said the previous administration allowed other countries to rip off the U.S., and he's here to stop that. The president added that no country can compete with the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shai Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Kind of the irony of the Pope passing just hours after Easter Sunday. Like I said, that's going to be the big story in the coming days. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's get a big old Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field there. Have a great, blessed day wherever you're at. Y'all buy some Seville product, buy some Hot Shot Secret product, and some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Call Steve at 844-844-3388. He needs somebody to talk to there. Steve, you know, the police were at my house Saturday night there. They pulled a dead chicken out of the creek in behind my house. They suspected foul play.
Oh, boy.
Well, I got an article I'll email you later on. This is how to get the breastfeeding help you need for better health. I wonder, are they talking about the mama or the baby? Oh, well, I thought I was an expert in all that there. Well, anyway, that's
me too.
Maloney's had a great show.
I thought you were the expert in everything mammary. Right? So yeah, I am not a Catholic. Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I know this is going to be the topic, the coverage, the discussion. What happens now? I guess the Vatican pretty much officially locks down now with the passing of the Pope. A little breakdown here. The death is verified, first of all, by a senior Vatican official, which that announcement was made here within the last 30 minutes or an hour. They traditionally confirm it by calling the Pope's name 3 times and receiving no response. A 9-day mourning period is then observed with special masses held for the deceased Pope. The Pope's body is dressed in red robes and a white mitre, and it is placed in a coffin. The coming days, the funeral mass is held at St. Peter's Square or St. Peter's Basilica, usually between the 4th and 6th day of passing. The funeral attended by cardinals, bishops, priests, monarchs, foreign dignitaries, and the people of Rome. Popes are traditionally buried at St. Peter's Basilica. Then you've got the papal conclave. Within 15 to 20 days of the Pope's death, the dean of the College of Cardinals summons all cardinals under 80 years old to Rome for the conclave. that is held in the Sistine Chapel, where cardinals vote in secret ballot until a new pope is elected by a 2/3 majority. During the conclave, cardinals are isolated and not allowed to leave except in rare cases. At some point, the white smoke coming from the Sistine Chapel chimney signifies a successful election, while black smoke will indicate a failed vote. And I know they go through a number of secret ballots here. Once a new pope is elected, the Dean of Cardinals introduces him to the public on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica. They do say there are some other traditions known as the Ring of the Fisherman, a signet ring that is used to seal papal documents, is symbolically broken upon the Pope's death. And at this point, I guess this is what would be occurring now. The papal apartments and offices are all sealed to prevent looting and as a symbolic end to the Pope's reign. The period between the death of the Pope and the election of a new Pope is called sede vacante. The seat is vacant. During that time frame, the College of Cardinals keeps general oversight of the church, but they are barred from making any sort of major decisions. And when the cardinals meet, they gather in the Sistine Chapel. On the day of the papal funeral and the days surrounding it, the Vatican will be completely closed. This is the period between the death or the resignation and when a new pope is chosen, which that would be now. The following activities and access to sites are temporarily suspended. No papal audience, no papal blessings. So yes, passing of the Pope. After battling double pneumonia and seemed to be doing better, but that's what all the media outlets are talking about. Here's what happens next, right? 844-844-3388. This ain't no Cap and Ron.
Oh, I just didn't hear him probably. He's probably on the beginning, but so I haven't heard much in the last, you've been going here about an hour or so and haven't heard much about the greatest day of the week.
That's because Cap and Ron's not working his greatest day of the week. He got a 3-day weekend. He told us Friday morning he was going to be off on Monday.
Okay. All right. So anyways, I guess Chris Van Hollen there, the great senator, the ungreat senator from Maryland, is probably happy of hearing of the Pope's passing to have some of this media attention taken off him, that he might be able to sneak something in without anybody really noticing now. What do you think?
Right.
You think everybody's going to be...
All the media narrative, this is where it goes. All of a sudden, this Garcia guy is going to go to the back burner and probably be forgotten in a matter of days.
Yeah, be forgotten to the media, but not forgotten to their making sure they get done, their agenda.
Right. Yep.
But it just, I guess we know we have the left-leaning news medias out there, so that that the even though the Republicans have control of the House, the Senate, President Trump's on the Republican side. It never ceases to amaze me that all the news that you see, especially if you turn on the Sunday morning TV, is always 90% to the left side. So, but anyways, hey, speaking of the left, did you see that Whoopi Goldberg might be switching sides?
No.
Yeah, she was on the show there the other day, her show there. I guess she's The View, right?
Right.
And she was spouting off about how if if the federal government does away with the Department of Education, that the people are going to have to step up in the states and make sure their kids get the education they deserve. Wait a minute, where have I heard that before?
That was the purpose of abolishing the Department of Education.
They shut her down quick. They had to go. She's like, oh, I just got word in my ear. I got to go to a commercial break.
Right.
They shut her down so quick because she was saying oh my. She started running off script, just letting her mouth run without following her agenda. And oh my, she just started speaking exactly what President Trump was said all along about getting rid of the Department of Education. My. But anyway, so that was kind of something I heard over the weekend there. So anyways, we did get to go and donate $40 to the our local FFA there up in southern Pennsylvania. So they almost didn't want my money, Your Honor. I got there and I didn't realize there wasn't anything put in writing about it. That it said in there, the whole description of the event, that the registration opened up at 8:00 and the polls started at 10. And well, I always pull, my tractor's heavy, I always pull at the heavy end of the classes most of the time anyways. So I roll in at about 10:30 because I had stuff I was doing Saturday morning before I could get going to get there. And they're like, yeah, registration closed at 10 o'clock. I'm like, well, what do you mean closed at 10 o'clock? Never heard of such a thing. And they're like, yeah, we just don't have enough people to keep registering the tractors and run the event. And so we just decided to, stop taking registration. So I said, so by me getting here at 10:30, you don't want my $40 to hook 2 times is what you're telling me. Well, you don't have to get all upset about it. I said, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to tell me. Then there was another guy that had gotten there about the same time, and he actually wanted to pay $80 because he brought 2 tractors. And they're like, well, I guess we'll have to make an exception there. And I don't know, but the thing is, if you're gonna have the registration stop, you should put that registration ends when the tractor pull starts or something. But I mean, but anyways, so truck ran good, tractor ran good, did pretty much as I always expected to do. Always been a little bit outclassed. I don't run oversized tires and some of the other things that people put on the antique tractors to make them pull better, but I do a few other things with it. So I don't know. My budget doesn't allow me to buy multiple sets of tires for the tractor. So anyways, we have a little bit of fun with it, make a little donation to whatever organization it is that is hosting the pull, because we actually got to pull on one of the big professional sleds, Your Honor. It was one of the big sleds that had its own power unit in it there and moves itself back and forth across the track after it gets dragged down the track. And so had all the big cab on it and all the flashing lights. And
wow.
It's a pretty cool deal. So we gotta find out. They had some people that were videoing there for the FFA, so they said they were going to try to get all that put together, and maybe somebody got a clip of the old tractor pulling, so we'll have to see if we can find it, and if we do, we'll post it up there so people see what it was. But all in all, it's a pretty good day, and actually the weather actually turned out better than I was hoping it was gonna. There was supposed to be somewhere in the mid 80s there, and well, it had cloud cover all the way until mid to late afternoon, so temperature-wise never went up really high. We stayed in high 70s to maybe 80 degrees, and
okay,
so that worked out pretty good. And then I got home and had to run a load Saturday night, and about midnight there, following the Mason-Dixon line there through central PA and northern Maryland, there was one heck of a storm come through. It had anywhere from 60 to 80 mile an hour winds and knocked down a bunch of trees and people without power and some heavy thunder, a bunch of rain. And all lasted about 15 minutes. This cell I could barely find it on the radar after it happened, because I'd come down. I was still up north in PA when it was going on, and I was getting down, and I could see the light into the south, and then I got down there, and the roads were a little wet, and then you start seeing all the debris on the roads from the wind blowing out of the trees, and as I say, I went back in the radar about 15 minutes from what the current time was, and it would just barely show up as a blip on the radar there. So it was a very small, fast-moving cell, but it's caused a lot of tree damage and knocked down. It always lands on a few vehicles and campers, and tree on a house, and few across the roads, and people without power. But everybody seemed to survive, so we're all back to normal Monday. Guess we got through Easter, and anyways, hey, one question about the Pope there. Mm-hmm. I guess I probably either have heard and didn't remember, or haven't paid enough attention. Is there an age limit on the Pope? Like the president has to be 35. Do they have an age limit on the Pope that they have to be a certain age to be Pope?
I would venture there probably is. I don't know. I'll have to do some research on that.
Okay, and I guess they'll be able to invite President Trump over, because I heard you say something about the monarchs would be able to come over. So I'm sure everybody thinks that's what, on the other side, they think that's what Trump's running the country as right now, is this is a monarchy now, right? But anyways, with all that nonsense. So other than that, I guess we'll let you get going there, and as say, check out. Maybe you're gonna have to start watching The View if Whoopi's gonna start talking this way. It might be interesting to see what happens.
That ain't gonna happen. We know better than that. Thank you, horse feathers. Let's see. To become a pope, a man must be baptized, a Catholic male, and capable of exercising the authority of the office. While any baptized Catholic male is technically eligible, in practice, the Pope is typically selected from the College of Cardinals. Baptized Catholic male. This is a fundamental requirement. Let's see. Use of reason and command. The individual must be of sound mind, capable of understanding the responsibility, and capable of exercising the jurisdiction associated with the papacy. In other words, if Joe Biden were to run, he would not be eligible. All right. While any male Catholic can technically be elected, the tradition is to choose from the College of Cardinals, which consists of the world's highest-ranking bishops and archbishops. Cardinals typically select a pope who's recognized for their faith, leadership, and experience in church governance, they say. But this will all take place in the conclave, where the cardinals vote in secret, and the candidate, in order to become pope, must require a 2/3 majority of the votes to be elected. So no age requirements. It is 844, unless in the cast, is there an age requirement for being baptized? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts need.
All right, finally going back to some of our discussion of tariffs. Yeah, what are the income, the impacts ultimately going to be when it comes to the trucking industry? And that was discussed late last week when Ryan Peterson, the chief executive officer of the digital freight forwarder known as Flexport, issued a stark warning predicting that thousands and potentially millions of American small businesses could face bankruptcy this year unless the U.S. reverses the aggressive tariff policies on Chinese imports. In his thread, he outlined how these tariffs, which have already slashed ocean freight bookings from China by up to 50%, Sonar's Container Atlas data suggest the true number is more like minus 20% year over year. But how they're poised to devastate small businesses that rely heavily on Chinese manufacturing. For many small businesses, relocating production outside of China is not a viable option. Now, he noted that alternative manufacturing hubs like Vietnam prioritize large corporations, leaving the smaller players struggling to secure production capacity. The manufacturers in Vietnam and elsewhere can't be bothered with small batch production jobs that are typical of this small business's supply chain. This bottleneck leaves small businesses vulnerable as tariffs inflate costs and disrupt supply chains. Now, he said the economic ripple effects are already evident. He said his own ocean freight bookings from China in the week since the tariffs took effect are down 35% and guessed that the industry-wide number might be 50%. Now, that would translate to roughly $1 trillion in lost economic activity as businesses in the U.S. import approximately $600 billion in goods from China every year, generating nearly $2 trillion in retail sales after the typical markups. These companies tend to run very lean, financing inventory, reinvesting excess cash in more marketing and growth initiatives. If the goods stop, many will die, he says. All right, so Have yourself a great Monday. We're out of time here, so we'll close things out there. But, yeah, the talk of the day will be the passing of the Pope at 88 years of age on this 21st day of April. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day